Chapter 1780. Although there weren't many people in the main hall of the City Lord's mansion, there were hidden sharpness. Wisps of invisible aura filled the air like invisible sharp blades, causing goosebumps to rise on one's skin and hair to stand on end. Although Chenzong and the Taishan Saint hadn't made a move yet, their words carried the intent of swords and sabers. The Taishan Saint, in particular, seemed to want to gain the home advantage and suppress Chenzong bit by bit. If this had been in the past, Chenzong might have treated the Taishan Saint as a formidable enemy and taken him seriously. Unfortunately, after what had happened in the Eternal Battle Fort, the Taishan Saint was nothing. Of course, Chenzong wouldn't underestimate the Taishan Saint either. After all, the Taishan Saint was extremely talented and had the Taishan Sacred Palace to rely on. In terms of cultivation environment and resources, the Taishan Saint couldn't compare. Chenzong's calmness stemmed from a change in his mentality. It was as if he had once seen a tall mountain and had set it as his goal to climb. Before he reached the peak, he coincidentally saw a group of other mountains. None of them were lower than the tall mountain, and some were even taller. The scenery was even more beautiful and magnificent. Naturally, he would not consider climbing the tall mountain as his goal. At best, it would only be a small goal. When one's mentality was different, one would naturally feel different when facing something, as if facing a formidable enemy or as calm as the wind and clouds. Now, Chenzong was facing the Taishan Saint. This made the Taishan Saint feel very uncomfortable. He didn't know why, but he just felt uncomfortable, as if he was being looked down upon. "Chenzong, do you dare fight with me?" the Taishan Saint asked. His tone was full of anger. He wanted to defeat or even kill Chenzong personally to eliminate the shadow in his heart. Right here, the Chenzong wasn't surprised. In fact, deep down, he also wanted to defeat the Taishan Shengzi. No matter what, the Taishan Saint had extraordinary talent and strength. He was indeed qualified to be his opponent. Why? The great genie doesn't dare? The Taishan Saint said to provoke Chenzong. As the host, as the guest, Chenzong replied nonchalantly. His tone was calm and unhurried. Whether it was here or elsewhere, it was a battle. When the heart has something to rely on, when the faith is unparalleled, there is nothing to fear. However, if I win, I'll deal with these two. Chenzong glanced at the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King and added. His goal was to kill the traitors. Golden Light and Red Goblin had broken the oath. Now that the other traitors had been executed, these two people state Shuras would be no exception. Hearing that, the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King's expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly looked at the Taishan Saint's son, not knowing what he meant. However, the Taishan Saint's son ignored the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King. Although the two of them had 6-star combat strength and had sworn loyalty to him, compared to defeating Chenzong, the two of them were clearly not enough. Seeing the great abstruse Saint's expression, the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King's faces darkened. They had a bad feeling. If you lose, I will take your life. The Taishan Saint's son's eyes suddenly shot out extremely sharp and cold light. His murderous intent was shocking, as if he wanted to pierce through Chenzong. Let's see if you have the ability. Chenzong smiled. Very good. The Taishan Saint nodded slightly. Cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked at the City Lord. Get ready for battle. Right away, the City Lord immediately stood up and said respectfully. Although he was the City Lord and a half-step Great Saint expert, compared to the Taishan Saint's son, the difference in status was huge. He had to be respectful. After all, the Taishan Saint's son was equivalent to the future palace lord of the Taishan Saint Palace. Soon, the preparation of the battle site was completed. The battle site was located inside the City Lord's office. It was the place where the City Lord usually cultivated. It was very sturdy and could withstand the damage of a half-step Great Saint. As the City Lord of Taishan City, he had the power and financial resources to obtain such materials. The ground and walls were paved with heavy black iron and were very wide. Chenzong and the Taishan Saint's son walked in, while the others stayed outside to watch the battle. Genie Chenzong, draw your sword. Let me see how much you've improved over the years. The Taishan saint's son chuckled. The anger in his voice grew stronger and stronger, as if it was about to burst out. That was the heat in his heart, the excitement of finally defeating a strong opponent. Yes, he had never met an opponent like Chunzong since he started cultivating. Even the ancient Zhun saint and the Tianlin saint's son could not compare to him at all. Only this Chunzong, who was like an ant at the beginning, grew up quickly and brought great pressure to him. He also forced him to work harder and put in more effort and energy to grow faster and higher. Only then did he have the strength and status he had today. Now is the time to get rid of them. The boiling, murderous intent gradually grew, spreading from the deepest part of his heart to his whole body. It was like an electric current flowing through his body, making the Taishan saint's son tremble slightly. It was not fear, but excitement. The excitement of eliminating a strong opponent. As long as he eliminated this person, no one in the same generation in the entire Tianyuan sacred realm could compete with him. He would be invincible. Even many of the older generation would be surpassed and suppressed by him. The Taishan saint's son even felt that as long as he suppressed this person in front of him, his state of mind would usher in another exchange and sublimate again. At that time, his combat ability would also be affected and increase again. Since when did this person become so important to him? You will soon know how much I have improved. Chunzong smiled calmly. But you, the Taishan saint's son, if you are defeated by my sword, it will not be a good thing. Phew. The Taishan saint's son sneered. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly attacked. He pointed out a finger, and an extremely powerful force gathered on his finger. It went straight to the tip of his finger and turned into a pale light. It was like a pale aurora that instantly pierced through the void. The pale aurora was extremely powerful. It pierced through the sky and crossed hundreds of meters. Only then did an extremely sharp sound break through the air. It was extremely violent and raged in all directions. However, Chunzong's expression did not change. He did not even have any intention of dodging. He just pointed his finger like a sword and directly shattered the aurora that shot towards him. This was just a test move. But even so, its power was extremely shocking. A 5-star battle ability could not withstand it at all. In other words, the power of that finger had reached the 6-star level. How many years had it been? The Taishan saint's son, who used to be in the saint realm, now had at least a 6-star battle ability. Who knew what kind of shock it would cause if it was spread out? However, Chunzong was not surprised. The Taishan saint's son's cultivation was originally one realm higher than his own. Moreover, he was very talented. With the cultivation of a powerful force like the Taishan Saint Palace, his progress must be amazing. With talent and resources, and with enough effort, he could indeed improve rapidly. For example, he had his own opportunities and was able to improve to such a level in a short time. The Taishan Saint's son would naturally be able to do the same. After all, the Eternal Battle Fort was indeed a great opportunity. However, his current level was too low. The benefits he gained from it were actually not much. It could only be considered as superficial. Only when he really broke through the half-step Great Saint Realm and reached the imminent God Realm and went to the Eternal Battle Fort with his real body, he might be able to obtain greater opportunities and benefits. He felt that the Taishan Saint's son's battle ability should not be at the 6-star level. If he reached the 7-star level, he would be able to compete with him. The probing finger attack was defeated by Chunzong. This was within his expectations. The Taishan Saint's son's expression did not change as he attacked again. Pale white aurora finger attacks continuously shot out from his 10 fingers. Each finger attack was not only fast, but also extremely sharp. It could penetrate everything and was indestructible. In the blink of an eye, dozens of pale white finger attacks pierced through the air and shot at Chunzong dozens of times. They were like stars in the sky, completely sealing him. Moreover, the power of each finger attack was amazing. They were all at the elite 6-star level. Such power also made the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King, who were watching the battle from outside, change their expressions. They did not expect that after staying in the bewildering light sea for hundreds of years, they would encounter such a monster as soon as they came out. There was no comparison at all. However, the stronger the Taishan Saint Sun was, the more relieved they were. At least they could survive. The Taishan Saint Sun did not seem to care about their dignity. However, the dignity of those who went against their oaths to survive had already been trampled under their feet. Facing the Taishan Saint Sun's attack, Chunzong did not explode with the combat strength of a 7-star level. He also suppressed it to the elite 6-star level. The Deep Night sword was unsheathed. The pitch-black sword light suddenly lit up, and a sword cut across the sky. It was just a simple sword, but it had the feeling that it could block everything in front of it. It was like an iron chain blocking the river. The dozens of pale white Aurora finger forces were all blocked by the sword. The power carried by the sword was extremely strong and sharp. It defeated the finger forces one after another. Chunzong's feet did not move half a step, and his body did not sway in the slightest. After blocking the finger attacks with one sword, Chunzong's body shook slightly. It was as if he was gliding on water. He was extremely fast. The Deep Night sword pierced through the air and shot toward the Taishan Saint Sun like a dark meteor. The Taishan Saint Sun's expression was solemn. The sword light kept blooming and enlarging in front of him. It was as if night had fallen, and a cold star was burning, penetrating everything. The sword of the elite 6-star level made the Taishan Saint Sun feel like he could not dodge or resist it. It was as if everything would be pierced by the sharpness of this sword. There was no way to resist it. This was an extremely powerful sword. It was an extremely terrifying sword that had reached the peak of the 6-star level. When the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King saw this sword, their expressions suddenly changed. They finally understood how the Black Spear King died. Chapter 1781. I uploaded the wrong chapter. I'll fix it immediately. I'm so sorry. The martial arts field in the City Lord's mansion was huge and sturdy. Even with the City Lord's 5-star battle prowess, it was difficult to damage it. However, it was difficult to defend against the power of a 6-star elite. Chunzong and the Taishan Saint fought fiercely. Ripples spread out in all directions, instantly scraping the extremely sturdy black heavy iron layer by layer. Cracks appeared on it, and countless iron fragments were blown in all directions by the wind. They were like rolling dust. The Taishan Saint Sun unsheathed his long saber. The saber radiance was majestic and overbearing. Every saber strike was extremely vigorous. The saber radiance was like an ancient saber mountain moving horizontally from all directions. This attack was extremely shocking. The power of every saber strike was extremely strong. Even the Black Spear King's strength could not compare. This battle prowess had reached the peak of the 6-star level. The battle prowess Chunzong displayed with his sword technique was also at the peak of the 6-star level. Fight! The fierce battle continued. This was the third time he had fought with the Taishan Saint. Strictly speaking, the battle in the King Naming Tower did not count. The first time, he was not the Taishan Saint's match at all. The second time, he could barely hold on. Now it was the third time. With a sword in hand, the sword circle was not broken. He completely blocked the Taishan Saint's saber technique. The elite 7-star elite who was responsible for protecting the Taishan Saint was carefully cultivated by the Taishan Saint Palace. He usually did not show any abilities, so he was not listed on the Taishan Supreme Saint list. However, his battle prowess was very strong. At this moment, the elite 7-star elite stared with his hands behind his back. He frowned slightly. He had expected the Taishan Saint Sun to have such strength, but he had not expected the Saint Sun's opponent to have such battle prowess. Jindy, was this the peerless genius who suppressed the Saint in the King Naming Tower? However, the Saint's ability was not limited to this. The Taishan Saint Sun had a saber in his hand. His saber technique was exquisite, and the power of each saber was unparalleled. However, he still could not break through Chunzong's defense. In a split second, the saber light changed from being overbearing and violent to surging like the waves of a river. It surged unceasingly, and then turned into flowing water. The waves of the river and the gurgling water alternated, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, sometimes extremely fierce, sometimes soft and flexible, the force alternating constantly. That saber was incomparably sharp, and it seemed as if it could cut through everything in the world. It was terrifying to the extreme. From time to time, the saber light would be large and powerful, and from time to time, it would be as nimble as an embroidery needle. Chunzong was indeed under a lot of pressure from this kind of bladesmanship. Chunzong could not help but compare it to the invincible Saber King. He immediately realized that it was not as good as the invincible Saber King. The invincible Saber King's saber technique did not have many variations. It only had a kind of desperate killing intent that pressed forward courageously. His own swordsmanship had been honed time and time again, and it had long been raised to a higher level. It was not inferior to the invincible Saber Kings, so naturally, it would not be inferior to the Taishan Saints. Every saber was blocked with extreme precision. Immediately, Chunzong struck with his sword to counterattack. The sword slashed out calmly, but it gave the Taishan Saint a feeling that he could not dodge it. He hurriedly struck with his saber to meet the attack. The saber light overlapped, and the saber shadows crisscrossed, making it difficult to tell if it was real or fake. It was even harder to defend. However, this kind of saber technique was nothing in Chunzong's eyes. He could tell if it was real or fake at a glance. The slash of the sword turned slightly and changed to an upward flick. Instantly, it lifted the saber with incomparable precision. Then, the sword light fell, and it was like a white crane nodding its head and pecking lightly. This point contained unparalleled ingenuity, and it revealed the mystery of Chunzong's swordsmanship. It was just a light touch, and it was only a few inches away, but it burst forth with unparalleled power, as if it could shatter everything. The Taishan Saint immediately felt his hair stand on end. He only felt that this point had blocked all his escape routes, and there was nowhere to hide. This point seemed to explain all the mysteries, and he was horrified. Since he could not dodge, he could only take it head-on. The saber slashed horizontally, but the Taishan Saint felt that it seemed to be a bit slow, and his strength was not enough. It was like water from afar could not put out a nearby fire. Return to Taishan. Defend. He shouted in a low voice, like muffled thunder, and instantly exploded. In an instant, a white halo burst forth from the Taishan Saint's body, spreading out like a ring of stars. Its speed was extremely shocking, even faster than Chunzong's sword. The white halo gathered in between the Taishan Saint's eyebrows, turning into a white prism. It was incomparably exquisite and lifelike, like a small, exquisite shield. The sword slashed down, but it was blocked by the small white prism shield. However, the sword was very powerful. After a slight pause, many cracks appeared on the shield. However, this block had bought enough time for the Taishan Saint. Without retreating or dodging, the saber instantly slashed horizontally. The pale white force was highly condensed, spreading out layers of halos, as if a white virtual fire was burning. The saber slashed horizontally. It was extremely forceful, like a saber mountain moving horizontally, but it was also extremely sharp, tearing everything apart. This aura was powerful and vast, as if the mountains were collapsing and the earth was cracking. The most powerful strike. Return to Taishan. Slash. Return to Taishan was the secret technique of the Taishan Saint Palace that the Taishan Saint had cultivated after becoming a half-step great saint. It was a profound martial technique of the half-step great saint level that was left behind by the strongest great saint of the Taishan Saint Palace. It was extremely profound and covered a wide range of areas. This strike seemed to be able to split the heavens and the earth. Chunzong was slightly stunned, and his hair stood on end. It seemed that this strike could split him in half. However, Chunzong was not afraid. Instead, he felt excited. He was not afraid of the opponent's strength. He was only worried that the opponent was too weak and too boring. No matter what, the great mystic sage had been a formidable opponent in the past. It would be too disappointing if the great mystic sage wasn't strong enough. Facing this strike, Zong had no intention of dodging at all. Yin Yang sword wheel, black and white. The sword wheel split into two and circled around him. It seemed to seal the void and form a world of its own. That strike gathered all the power, and it seemed to cut off the connection between the heavens and the earth. The moment it hit the Yin Yang sword wheel, Zong's expression changed slightly. In his perception, that strike was very powerful. However, when he really touched it, he realized that the strike was not only powerful, but it also contained a unique power that could cut off everything between the heavens and the earth. Fortunately, his Yin Yang sword wheel was powerful and resisted it directly. As it spun, it constantly diverted the power of the opponent's strike and counterattacked. The Taishan Saint Sun's expression changed. He immediately felt the terrifying counterattack and reacted very quickly. Return to Taishan. Speed. In an instant, a pale halo spread out from under his feet. As it spread out, it was like ripples. The halo also spread rapidly from the bottom of his feet and went straight up like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, the Taishan Saint Sun's speed was increased to the extreme. He was extremely fast and directly retreated, avoiding Zong's counterattack. While Zong was surprised, he did not slow down at all. His right foot landed, and an unparalleled power erupted like a volcano. It shook the ground, and countless cracks spread out in all directions. The powerful counterattack made Zong turn into a bolt of lightning. His long sword split the air like a dark thunderbolt across the heavens and the earth. It was like a hot knife through butter. It tore the sky apart and charged toward the Taishan Saint Sun. The battle between the two was to determine victory and defeat, but it could also determine life and death. If he was not strong enough, the other party would not show any mercy and would definitely take the opportunity to kill him. On the contrary, it was normal for him to do so. If there was a chance, he would kill. There was a pale halo in the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes. With his pupils as the center, it quickly spread out like ripples. In an instant, the black in his eyes was completely covered by white. Gui Taishan. Intent. In an instant, the Taishan Saint Sun only felt that his spiritual will was highly concentrated, as if it had surpassed the limit. His perception of the surroundings was raised to the extreme and broke through the original level, reaching a higher level. The speed of his thoughts was almost 50% faster. As a thought flash passed, countless thoughts collided. Control. He seemed to be in control of all the changes around him. Everything was in his mind and perception. The Gui Taishan of the Taishan Saint Palace was the highest inheritance. Only the true upper echelons of the Taishan Saint Palace were qualified to touch and cultivate it, but it was very difficult to cultivate. Currently, among the many half-step great saints in the Taishan Saint Palace, only a few people had successfully cultivated it. The Taishan Saint Sun was extremely talented and was one of them. Every level of Gui Taishan had its mysteries. Intent was the strengthening and expansion of one's spiritual will. It could enhance one's perception and grasp all the movements around him. It could further and more accurately perceive all the opponent's attack trajectories and reactions, and then make more accurate responses. In an instant, Zong felt that the Taishan Saint Sun was different. His movements were more agile, and his reactions were faster and more flexible. It was as if the Taishan Saint Sun could sense his sword in advance and react in advance. It was very strange. In the past, it was always him who made others feel this way. Excited, Zong directly released his heart domain. That's right. In the previous battle, Zong not only suppressed his own battle strength, but he also did not use his heart domain. He only used it now. Under the cover of the heart domain, it was as if there were countless extremely sharp eyes staring at him. He could see everything clearly. With the support of his powerful divine will, he even felt like he was in control of everything. The heart domain and Gui Taishan clashed. This battle suddenly became very strange. Both Zong and the Taishan Saint Sun were in control of their surroundings. They observed each other's attack trajectories and reacted in advance. Therefore, it looked like the two of them were constantly gesturing and performing feints. It was very strange. It was like a silent battle. Guai Taixian power. When a saber was pushed out, it was as if a saber mountain was moving horizontally. It shook heaven and earth, and the roar resounded through the ages. That shocking and unparalleled power spread in all directions, filling the ages and suppressing everything. Chunzong could feel the power of his opponent's saber. Chapter 1782. The previous chapter should have been Chapter 50, but the Dominator of Six Realms updated it to Chapter 47. It has been edited. Those who have subscribed can read it again without paying. The inconvenience was caused by the negligence of the Dominator of Six Realms. I apologize. In the training field, the hard ground was broken and crumbled everywhere. Cracks spread all over the place. The swords and sabers clashed. Every strike seemed to be very casual, as light and nimble as the wind brushing against a willow tree. However, the power contained within each strike was incomparably shocking, and one would die upon contact. Chunzong was a little surprised. The great mystery saint was indeed extraordinary. Not only had his combat strength improved, but his martial arts attainment had also improved a lot. He was very brilliant. If it were not for the opportunity in the eternal battle fort, it would be difficult for Chunzong to fight him. He might even be at a disadvantage. The great mystery saint was even more shocked than Chunzong. His combat strength had soared, and he had mastered Guai Taixian. His strength was unrivaled among those of the same level, and he was incomparably strong. In other words, among the elite six-star elites, there was no one in the entire Great Mystery Saint Palace who could be his match. This was not because someone had deliberately lost to him, but because it was the truth. Now, he was unable to defeat Chunzong at the same level of combat strength. He could not even suppress him. The power of this strike was unparalleled. It was as if it could flatten mountains and flatten the world. Wind, lightning, fire. Triple pinnacle sword. Mountain destroyer. In an instant, Chunzong slashed out with his sword. The heavenly wind, heavenly thunder, and heavenly fire Dao wills had all reached the first level of the supreme realm. When they merged, their power increased tremendously. In terms of Dao wills, these three Dao wills were only at the advanced level and could not be compared to the top Dao wills. They were only at the first level of the supreme realm and could not be compared to the second level. However, when they merged, their power was terrifying. They were not inferior to the top Dao wills at the second level of the supreme realm. The triple pinnacle sword was a sword technique that Chunzong created after his consciousness returned to his body from the eternal battle fort. It was the same as the sword intense stream and the yin-yang sword technique. It only had the first strike. The first strike was mountain destroyer. Whether it was wind, fire, or lightning, they all contained extremely terrifying power. For example, when a hurricane passed by, it could destroy cities. When a raging fire burned everything to ashes. When a thunderbolt struck down, it could break trees and rocks, and even shatter mountains. The first move of the tri-pinnacle sword, mountain crushing, took the destructive aspects of the three forces and fused them together, causing the destructive power to increase dramatically and become even more tyrannical, shocking, and terrifying. Mountain destroyer. With one sword strike, the mountain was directly destroyed and flattened. This was an extremely powerful sword strike, an extremely destructive sword strike. The three forces of wind, thunder, and fire intertwined and collided. Destructive chi surged in all directions. The Taishan Saint's face was solemn in the perception of Guai Taishuani because the power contained in this sword was extremely overbearing and could destroy everything. The saber and the sword collided, and the two ultimate moves collided. In an instant, the saber was like a mountain, but the sword seemed to have a terrifying power that could destroy everything. It wanted to destroy the saber light. However, the saber light was incomparably condensed and frantically resisted. Chunzong and the Taishan Saint's son's eyes shot out cold light, as if they were fighting with swords. Confrontation, a horizontal push. Extremely terrifying chi rushed in all directions, as if it wanted to destroy everything. It was extremely overbearing. The shocking saber chi and sword light pierced through the void. When they slashed across the hard ground, they immediately tore it apart and spread out in all directions. This scene caused the expressions of the spectators to change greatly. It was too terrifying. Even though they were only at the level of an elite 6-star, their destructive power had already surpassed that of an elite 6-star. Even an ordinary 7-star wouldn't be able to match up to them. Chunzong had to admit that he had underestimated the Taishan Saint Sun. With such ability, even if he entered the eternal battle for it, he would have a chance to rise and surpass ordinary geniuses. Of course, ordinary geniuses in the eternal battle for it could also become peerless geniuses in the Tianyuan sacred region of the Lingwu sacred world. Peerless geniuses were just a title. In the Tianyuan sacred region, in the regal world, there were more than a dozen people on the 9-colored regal tablet. Every one of them was a peerless genius, but there were also differences in strength. Among them, the Taishan Saint Sun was one of the more outstanding ones. However, he was stronger. Tyrannical power burst out. When the saber and sword collided, they immediately collapsed, and countless ripples swept out. Chunzong and the Taishan Saint Sun both retreated and attacked at the same time. A saber chi pierced through the air. The saber chi was shockingly fast. Return to Taishan. Speed. This level could not only be used on movement techniques, but also on attacks to increase the speed of attacks. Will sword current. Heartbeat. Chunzong stabbed out with his sword, aiming straight for the Taishan Saint Sun's heart. This sword made the Taishan Saint Sun's heart tremble unconsciously, as if it was being pulled by an invisible force. That tremble also slightly affected the blood in his body. Sometimes, a slight effect would bring about a greater effect. However, the Taishan Saint Sun was strong enough to control it immediately. When the tip of the sword and the saber chi collided, a cold star bloomed. Then, like a star ring exploding, a terrifying force tore apart the void. It seemed to have scraped a layer of the void. Chunzong and the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes became sharper. Chunzong's eyes flickered with a dark luster. They became pitch black, as if they could swallow all light. They were like an abyss. However, the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes were filled with layers of pale light. They were like the vast sea of clouds. The strange clouds contained endless mysteries and murderous intent. In an instant, the white light in the Taishan Saint Sun's eyes rippled like the sea of clouds. His entire body was also dyed by the white light. He turned into a white stream of light and flew away. In an instant, he distanced himself from Chunzong. An extremely tyrannical aura suddenly exploded from the Taishan Saint Sun's body. It was like the eruption of a 10,000-ton volcano. The extremely powerful white light seemed to be endless. It rushed out from the Taishan Saint Sun's body and spread all around. It kept condensing behind him. In an instant, the outline of a world appeared behind the Taishan Saint Sun. It was as if the world was being created. In that world, one could vaguely see mountains, rivers, grass, and forests. It was like a projection of the world. In an instant, the Taishan Saint Sun's aura rose layer by layer. It soared up like a surging tide. 7-star. In the blink of an eye, the Taishan Saint Sun's aura broke through to the level of an ordinary 7-star. His combat power soared and broke through again, reaching the level of an elite 7-star. Kill. With a slash of the saber, the pale saber light tore through the air. It was many times more powerful than before. This saber light contained an extremely tyrannical power. It was as vast as the clouds in the sky, sweeping over the mountains and overturning the seas. The Taishan Saint Sun had already used a minor superpower of the Taishan Saint Palace, the Taishan Origin Restoration Technique. He used it to raise his combat power to the level of an elite 7-star. In that case, there was no need for him to suppress his combat power anymore. Boom! An extremely tyrannical aura suddenly exploded from Chunzong's body. It was as if thousands of swords were resonating, splitting the sky and earth. An illusory sword shadow condensed behind him. It was a vision formed by fully activating the Taichu Sword Origin technique. An elite 7-star. The terrifying combat power and aura wreaked havoc in all directions. Instantly, the expressions of the spectators changed drastically. They were extremely shocked. The Taishan Saint Sun was a member of the Taishan Saint Palace. As the future palace lord, it was reasonable for him to have such means. However, this person also had such means. The Taishan Saint Sun was also very surprised. However, they did not know that this was actually Chun Zong's original combat power. Previously, he had merely suppressed his own combat power. The Taishan Saint Sun thought that Chun Zong had also used some means like him, such as some powerful secret techniques or minor superpowers. The Taishan Origin Restoration Technique of the Taishan Saint Palace was a minor superpower that could increase one's combat power. The Taishan Saint Sun had also started to cultivate it. When he had cultivated it to the Great Completion realm, his combat power had directly increased by 1 star. If he could cultivate it to the complete realm, not only would his combat power increase, but he could also use it for a longer period of time. The interval between using it again would be shorter, and there were almost no side effects. Any secret technique that could increase one's combat power would usually have side effects. However, the Taishan Origin Restoration Technique did not. It was truly a minor superpower. Fight! When the elite 7-star battle power attacked, its power became even more terrifying, tyrannical, and shocking. The destructive power of each attack was several times stronger than before. The martial arts field of the City Lord's mansion was instantly ravaged. With his full combat power, Chun Zong was no longer suppressed and restrained. A carefree feeling spread throughout his body and mind. His essence, qi, and spirits surged as if they were going to surpass their limits. When he had suppressed his combat power, it was inevitable that his attacks would be affected. However, now that he had fully unleashed his combat power, there was no longer any suppression. The power of his sword technique could be fully unleashed. Suddenly, the Taishan Saint Sun realized that he was gradually being suppressed, although it was not obvious yet. The elite 7-star powerhouses guarding the Taishan Saint Sun also sensed this and were secretly shocked. With the same combat power, the Taishan Saint Sun was gradually being suppressed. It was unbelievable. Heart Intense Sword Current. Heart Move. The sword was extremely fast. Under the heart domain, it was extremely accurate. In an instant, it hit the Taishan Saint Sun's long saber and broke the saber that the Taishan Saint Sun had just used. Triple Pinnacle Sword. Mountain Destroyer. When the next sword attack was unleashed, its power became extremely terrifying and violent. It destroyed everything and slashed toward the Taishan Saint Sun. The heart domain focused on the speed of the sword. It surpassed the Mountain Destroyer sword. However, in terms of direct destructive power, the Mountain Destroyer sword surpassed the heart domain. Each had its own merits. The Mountain Destroyer sword was extremely powerful and violent. The Taishan Saint Sun could not withstand it and was directly sent flying. His qi and blood surged. The illusory world behind him also rippled like a stone falling into a calm lake. Kill. Chun Zong did not hesitate and attacked again. Heart domain. The sword moved with the will, and the heart trembled with the sword. The void retreated under this sword. The Taishan Saint Sun immediately dodged, but Chun Zong's sword followed him like a shadow. It was difficult to avoid it no matter what. In an instant, the Taishan Saint Sun was drowned by the sword light. Under the heart domain, the Taishan Saint Sun's returning to Taishan seemed to be suppressed as well. When Chun Zong's combat power was not suppressed, the difference began to show. The same sword attack, but the power was completely different. He directly suppressed it to his heart's content. Mountain Destroyer Sword. Another sword attack. The Taishan Saint Sun was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was directly injured. Stop! The elite 7-star powerhouse guarding the Taishan Saint Sun's face suddenly changed. He immediately shouted and unleashed an extremely powerful aura. He instantly rushed into the martial arts field and attacked Chun Zong. Chapter 1783. As soon as the rule of adding more chapters was released, some junior brothers expressed their support. Thanks to the Jinwu Warring Kingdom for tipping them with 10,000 traversing coins and adding 2 chapters. Therefore, there should be 4 chapters today. This is the first chapter. The Dominator of the 6 Realms will continue to write after dinner. The second chapter will be at around 2 p.m., the third at 5 p.m., and the fourth at 8 p.m. Boom! It was as if a storm was wreaking havoc in the training ground as it shook unceasingly. A huge palm print was condensed like a white millstone. It fell like a meteor, carrying the weight of a mountain as it pressed down with the force of 10,000 caddies. The storm roared as if it was going to destroy the martial arts field. An extremely strong and violent aura blasted toward Chunzong without mercy. This palm was extremely powerful. It had reached the peak of the elite 7-star level and was not any weaker than the Barbarian Mountain King. This kind of combat power could definitely be ranked in the top 10 of the Great Saint ranking. However, this person seemed to be unknown. Chunzong could not help but sigh. The Taishan Holy Palace was indeed terrifying. As he thought about it, this palm naturally gave him some pressure and he had to dodge it. Of course, Chunzong could also use his sword to block it. However, the real target was the Taishan Holy Sun. If he could find an opportunity to kill him, it would be a good result. His body seemed to have turned into a gust of wind and blended into the surroundings, avoiding the powerful palm print. Then, he raised his sword and silently slashed toward the Taishan Holy Sun. However, when the guard attacked, it actually gave the Taishan Holy Sun a chance of survival. This chance of survival allowed the Taishan Holy Sun to dodge Chunzong's sword. Slash! A saber slashed through the air and instantly slashed out. It formed a horn-like encirclement with the guard's palm. 2 against 1. Chunzong fought against 2 elite 7-star levels by himself and started an even more intense battle. The martial arts field could not withstand such an intense battle and instantly became even more damaged. Taishan Holy Sun, are you still not going to admit defeat? Chunzong suddenly said. The Taishan Holy Sun's expression froze. His saber paused slightly, as if he was affected by Chunzong's words. Originally, this battle was a battle between the 2 of them. On the surface, it was a battle to determine victory and defeat, but secretly, it was a battle to determine life and death. That was because as long as there was an opportunity, he would definitely make a move and kill the other party. However, after a fierce battle, Chunzong had the upper hand in the end. The Taishan Saint had been injured, and his guards had joined the battle. It had become a 2-on-1 situation. In this way, he had actually lost. The slight pause gave Chunzong a chance to dodge the guards. His sword pierced through the void and stabbed toward the Taishan Saint. This sword was completely unexpected. It was incomparably exquisite and sudden. It was at the moment when the Taishan Saint's mind paused. He showed no mercy and went straight for the heart, wanting to pierce through it. By the time the Taishan Saint realized it, he was already too late. However, when the Deep Knight's sword pierced the great mystic saint's chest, a beam of light suddenly lit up and became extremely tough. It instantly blocked Chunzong's sword. The Taishan Saint's son also took the opportunity to fly back and distance himself from Chunzong. The guard was extremely furious. His aura suddenly surged, surpassing the 7-star level and soaring to the level of an ordinary 8-star. His attacks were even more violent and terrifying. Anger, rage, almost. If it were not for the secret treasure protecting him, the Taishan Saint's son's heart would have been pierced through and killed. That would be his dereliction of duty and a great loss to the Taishan Saint Palace. Unforgivable. The guard had gone crazy. He attacked crazily without any fear of death. An ordinary 8-star powerhouse who had gone crazy was undoubtedly very terrifying because he had completely given up on defending himself. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill Chunzong. This kind of guard had actually been carefully cultivated by the Taishan Saint Palace for many years. His purpose was to protect the Saint's son, a life-or-death guard. Now, the Taishan Saint's son had almost been killed. He was extremely furious and did not hesitate to use his own life to kill the other party. The Taishan Saint Sun was also terrified and furious. He had actually been controlled by the other party's words. He had been absent-minded for a moment and had almost made a big mistake. Fortunately, he had a defensive secret treasure that could withstand the attack of a 9-star powerhouse. That secret treasure was the life-saving secret treasure that the Taishan Saint Palace had given him. Kill. The saber light turned into a saber mountain. It was extremely majestic and vast. It instantly attacked without mercy. In an instant, the pressure on Chunzong increased greatly. When the sword was blocked, a strong and continuous force was sent out. It was very strong. Chunzong knew that it would be difficult for him to kill the Taishan Saint Sun. The defense was too strong. Judging from the force of the counterattack, even if he used a secret technique to increase his battle strength, he would not be able to break it, let alone in such a situation. In fact, Chunzong even felt a strong sense of danger from the rebounding force, which was enough to threaten his life. Taishan Saint Sun, you have lost this battle. Act according to the agreement. Chunzong's voice entered the Taishan Saint Sun's ears. The Taishan Saint Sun was shocked. He thought that Chunzong was going to do something again. Chunzong turned into a shadow and retreated at an astonishing speed. In an instant, he left the martial arts field and approached the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King. One sword, absolute light. Kill. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King were still in shock. The obvious difference in their battle strength made it impossible for them to dodge. This was a double kill. The Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King's necks were cut. Their heads were directly cut off. The sword chi invaded their bodies and destroyed them. After killing the Golden Light King and the Red Goblin King, Chunzong turned into a stream of light and quickly rushed out of the city governor's office. With a sweep of the sword light, he immediately left. When the Taishan Saint Sun and his guard chased after him, Chunzong had already escaped far away. The guard wanted to continue chasing, but was stopped by the Taishan Saint Sun. Chunzong, the Taishan Saint Sun, was filled with anger. It filled his chest and was about to explode. Humiliation, great humiliation. He originally thought that he had won the battle today. He did not expect to be suppressed and even injured by his opponent. He also did not expect that even when he and his guard worked together, they still could not kill his opponent. If not for the protection of a secret treasure, his heart would have been pierced by his opponent's sword and he would have died. Now, even the 2 6-star experts who had pledged their allegiance to him were killed by his sword. Although they had an agreement before that if he lost, he would have to hand them over. The consequence would be that he would be killed. However, handing them over was completely different from being killed. To the arrogant Taishan Saint Sun, he could not accept it. Anger. That anger burned wildly, almost burning the Taishan Saint Sun to ashes. The vast murderous intent seemed to rush out of the 9 serenities of hell, burning everything. However, the Taishan Saint Sun did not lose his mind. Instead, he maintained a trace of spiritual wisdom and calmness. He calmed down little by little. Such a person was even more terrifying. He had talent, strength, opportunity, background, and could control himself. No one can spread what happened today. Otherwise, you will be punished for betraying the sect, the Taishan Saint Sun said in a low voice. His tone was filled with cold anger. Yes, the city lord knew that this was for him. If what happened today was spread, it would definitely be a blow to the Taishan Saint Sun's reputation. It would not be good for the Taishan Holy Palace either. Fortunately, the battle here had been sealed. The outside world did not know at all, let alone find out. After suppressing his anger, the Taishan Saint Sun immediately left Taishan City with his guard and returned directly to Taishan Mountain. He did not return to his cave residence. Instead, he went straight to the main hall of the Taishan Holy Palace. Greetings, Master. The Taishan Saint Sun bowed to the palace lord of the Taishan Holy Palace. No need to be so courteous. The palace lord smiled and said, Why have you come today? The palace lord immediately saw that the Taishan Saint Sun state was not right. So he asked, Master, I want to enter the Taishan cave, the Taishan Saint Sun said without hesitation. His tone was firm and determined. The Taishan Cave. The sacred palace master was startled when he heard this. His expression turned solemn as a light flashed across his eyes. He stared at the Taishan saint and said, "You have to consider this carefully. Entering the Taishan Cave is a narrow escape. Even with your talent, you will not receive any preferential treatment. You will die if you are careless." "Master, I have made up my mind," the Taishan saint's son said seriously. Every word carried amazing power. "With your talent and the resources of the palace, your achievements in the future will surpass mine. In fact, there is no need to take this risk," the palace lord said. He was the only 9-star cultivator on the Taishan Supreme Saint list. He said that the Taishan Saint's son's achievements in the future would surpass his. In other words, the Taishan Saint's son's future combat ability could at least reach the elite 9-star level. It was also possible for him to reach the Supreme Saint plane in the future. In that case, there was no need to enter the Taishan Cave. The Taishan Cave was the most terrifying forbidden area of the Taishan Holy Palace. The palace lord did not know what kind of dangers were inside, because he had never entered it before. However, according to the records left behind by the old ancestor, there was an enormous opportunity inside. However, it was extremely difficult to obtain that opportunity, and it was extremely dangerous. The Taishan Saint's son was determined to enter it. This time, he had lost to Qinzong. He had lost in a head-on battle. This was unacceptable. He had to become stronger and defeat and kill Qinzong. Only then could he get rid of the shadow in his heart. However, with his own efforts and the resources of the Taishan Holy Palace, he had been surpassed and suppressed by Qinzong. If this continued, he did not have the confidence to surpass Qinzong. What was even more unacceptable was that the gap between them might get bigger and bigger. In that case, he could only take the risk. The Taishan Cave. This was the only opportunity in the Taishan Holy Palace that could allow him to improve by leaps and bounds. Although there was a slim chance of survival, he would pay any price to obtain the opportunity. Strength. As long as he could obtain more strength. Since you have made up your mind, I will arrange for the Taishan Cave to be opened. You can enter in 3 days, the palace lord said solemnly. After Qinzong killed the Golden Light King and the Red Succubus King, he quickly left and found a relatively quiet and safe place to cultivate in seclusion. He had gained some benefits from the battle with the Taishan Saint's son. He needed to reflect and absorb the essence of the battle. He needed to strengthen his foundation and accumulate potential for future breakthroughs. It was a pity that he did not kill the Taishan Saint's son this time, but it was not a big deal. If he did not succeed this time, there would be a next time. Based on Qinzong's understanding of the Taishan Saint's son, he would definitely not give up and would come looking for him again. Chapter 1784. See Chapter 2. The setting sun was as red as blood. Wild geese flew across the sky, leaving no trace behind. Qinzong was in seclusion for a short time in the mountains. In the depths of the dark demon abyss, which was a famous forbidden area in the Taishan realm, there was a ball of pure darkness fluctuating in the deepest part of a bottomless cave. The darkness was like a beating heart, spreading out waves of ripples. An indistinct sound permeated the depths of the cave, as if there were invisible ripples spreading out. If someone stared at it, they would find that although the dark ball was constantly fluctuating, it was shrinking bit by bit at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It shrank into the center of the dark ball, and its aura was also growing little by little. In a few months, only a few months, he would be able to master this powerful secret method. At that time, his strength would increase greatly. 3 days passed in a flash. In the Taishan Holy Palace of Taishan Mountain, the Taishan Saint's son followed the lord of the Taishan Holy Palace deeper into the palace. There were many checkpoints that were extremely tight. Even if a 7-star cultivator broke in, they would be killed. Even if an 8-star cultivator broke in, they would be trapped and killed. Even a 9-star cultivator would not be able to gain any advantage. Even if they did not die, they would lose a layer of skin. When they reached the deepest part, there was a huge stone door that had been sealed. The stone door was gray and white and looked extremely ancient. A stooped figure was standing beside the stone door. He was motionless like a statue. This was an old man in gray. He looked very old, and his face was full of deep wrinkles like withered tree bark. This old man looked like he had 1 foot in the grave. He was like an ordinary old man who was already old and decrepit. But how could someone who could be here be just an ordinary person? After the lord of the Taishan Holy Palace stood still, he actually bowed to this old man. Tianshun, this is Grand Elder Yuan Cheng of our Holy Palace. He is guarding the Taishan Cave, the lord of the Holy Palace said to the Taishan Saint's son after bowing. Tianshun greets Grand Elder Yuan Cheng. The Taishan Saint's son quickly bowed. He didn't know about the existence of Yuan Cheng Grand Elder, but he knew that the Grand Elders in the great profound sacred palace had at least the combat strength of an ordinary 8-star. As for the old man in front of him who looked like a mortal, he didn't know how strong he was. However, that didn't stop him from showing him respect. Every Grand Elder had fought hard for the sacred palace and made countless contributions. You want to enter the Taishan Cave? Grand Elder Yuan Cheng's muddy eyes stared at the Taishan Saint Son's face, his voice low and hoarse. Yes, the Taishan Saint Son said firmly. You have guts. Don't die. Grand Elder Yuan Cheng nodded and said in a deep voice. Then, an incomparably tyrannical aura suddenly erupted from his body. That aura was vast and peerlessly powerful, and it was vast and powerful like the ocean. Instantly, it went from calm to violent to the extreme, and it raged through the surroundings and destroyed everything. The Taishan Saint Son's expression changed drastically. 9-star. Grand Elder Yuan Cheng's aura had surpassed the 8-star level and reached the 9-star level. Just like the Taishan Saint Son's master, the Sacred Palace Master, he also had ordinary 9-star battle strength. As expected, the Taishan Saint Son wasn't the only 9-star expert in the Taishan Saint Palace. The 9-star battle strength was fully unleashed, and the old man's body seemed to inflate rapidly as if it was being inflated. In just 3 breaths, he went from a hunched old man with a face full of wrinkles to a straight and strong body. The wrinkles on his face disappeared and were replaced by a ruddy complexion. The Taishan Saint Son was stunned, but the Taishan Saint Palace Master smiled slightly and didn't explain anything. In an instant, Yuanqing Taishang made his move and slapped out again and again. Palm imprints landed on the gray-white boulder. The boulder suddenly trembled and gradually rolled to the side, revealing a pale white light. It wasn't a light, but a cave entrance. However, the cave entrance was pale and extremely deep, like a pale hell. It gave people a feeling that there was no life at all. The Taishan Saint Son's heart jumped when he saw it, and his expression changed slightly. It was as if there was an indescribable danger in the depths of the cave entrance that could destroy his soul and soul. The Sacred Palace Master stared at the Taishan Saint Son and said in a low voice, God, you can still change your mind now. Master, I've already made up my mind. I won't change it. The Taishan Saint Son's fear disappeared and was replaced by absolute determination. This was because when he thought of Chun Zong, he couldn't help but be determined. If he was suppressed by Chun Zong for the rest of his life, then what was the point of living? Since that was the case, he might as well enter the Taishan cave and risk his life. If he obtained an opportunity, he would definitely improve by leaps and bounds and become even more powerful. If he failed, he would just die in there. He would fight to rise from the brink of death. The Taishan Saint Son was even more determined. Go in. Although the Sacred Palace Master was the Taishan Saint Son's master, he couldn't make any decisions for the Taishan Saint Son at this time, nor could he interfere with his decision. Taking a deep breath, the Taishan Saint Son walked toward the entrance of the Taishan cave. In an instant, he stepped into the cave entrance, and his body was swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. However, there wasn't the slightest ripple. Then, Grand Elder Yuan Cheng attacked again, and the giant rock returned to its original position with a rumble. If you can obtain an opportunity within 10 years, you can open the cave entrance by yourself. Grand Elder Yuan Cheng was like a deflated balloon. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original hunched and old appearance, and his voice became hoarse and low. The sacred palace master nodded. 10 years was actually not a long time. If Heavenly God Gong could obtain an opportunity in the Taishan cave, even 100 years would be enough. This was because the opportunity inside was no small matter. It could be said to be the first opportunity in the Taishan Holy Palace. Of course, this was what the ancestor had left behind. As for what kind of opportunity it wasn't clear. At the same time, the ancestor's record also stated that no matter who it was, they could only stay in the Taishan cave for 10 years at most. If they didn't come out after 10 years, they would die without a doubt. Similarly, if they didn't obtain an opportunity, they would die without a doubt. In short, as long as they stepped into the Taishan cave, they would either obtain an opportunity and come out alive, or die without obtaining anything. There was no third way. Heavenly God, if you can obtain an opportunity and come out, I will invite the Taishan world to hold a grand meeting and pass the position of Sacred Palace Master to you. The Sacred Palace Master muttered to himself. Territory of Tai Luo City, Azura Peak, Azura Sect Forbidden Area. Azura Secret Realm. The Azura Secret Realm was filled with endless baleful aura. It was as vast as the ocean and as vast as the universe. In addition to the baleful aura, there was also a tyrannical and chaotic baleful aura. The baleful aura was extremely shocking and could easily cause people to fall into a frenzy. However, the baleful aura was no small matter. If used appropriately, it could be used to temper one's own will. At worst, it could be used to help the people of the Azura sect comprehend the baleful Tao will. The Azura secret realm was divided into 9 rings and the center. The closer one was to the center, the stronger the baleful aura and baleful aura. Now, experts like the Silver Blade King, Zhao Mingkong, could only reach the 6th ring to temper their own will and purify their cultivation. With this, they could strengthen their foundation and make a breakthrough to become a 7-star warrior. However, that would require a lot of time. Bit by bit, the breakthrough would come naturally. It would take many years to achieve that. However, this was already very good, because after their battle power reached the elite 6-star level, it was almost the limit. It would be extremely difficult for them to break through to 7-star level in this lifetime, but the Shura's secret realm gave them the hope of breaking through. At this moment, Chun Xiu was standing at the edge of the 9th ring, extremely close to the center. Endless baleful aura and baleful aura crazily attacked Chun Xiu, wanting to destroy him. However, Chun Xiu did not move an inch, as if he was not affected at all. Today, I will step into the center of the secret realm and see what's so special about it. Chun Xiu muttered to himself, his tone incomparably firm. He had no idea what the origin of the Azura secret realm was. However, the divine image Azura was obtained from the Azura secret realm. There was an endless amount of baleful aura and baleful aura here. It was extremely shocking and tyrannical. There must be some secret about it. Perhaps, when he stepped into the center, he would be able to unravel these secrets. Right now, he was going to break through the 9th ring and step into the center of the Azura secret realm. He was going to unravel all the secrets of the Azura secret realm. He lifted his foot and stepped forward. The moment his foot landed, it was as if thunder roared in all directions. It was extremely powerful and shocking. The further he went, the greater the resistance. Chun Xiu had already stepped into the 9th ring for almost 2 years. In these 2 years, the distance he advanced was not considered big, but it was very stable. Today, he was going to break through the 9th ring and step into the center of the secret realm. After his foot landed, Chun Xiu paused for a moment. He gathered his momentum and slowly stabilized it. Then, he lifted his left foot, facing the heavy resistance, as if he was going through a torrent of 10,000 layers. He stepped forward again. Boom! The ground shook slightly. Chun Xiu's foot felt as if it weighed 1,000,000 jin. The baleful aura and baleful aura became even more intense, as if it wanted to crush Chun Xiu. But Chun Xiu resisted it completely, standing firm. Stabilizing his body, Chun Xiu adjusted his mental state, preparing for the next step. 8 steps. Chun Xiu felt that he was only 10 steps away from crossing the 9th ring. 8 steps later, he would step into the center of the Azura secret realm and unravel its secrets. Thinking of this, Chun Xiu's heart was slightly excited, but he suppressed it and calmed down. His 3rd step was lifted, going against the torrent of 10,000 layers, and he stepped forward again. In a spurt of energy, his 4th step was lifted, facing an even stronger current. His 5th step was lifted. The pressure became even more tyrannical, as if it wanted to crush Chun Xiu. But in the end, his foot still landed. Chun Xiu's body swayed slightly, and he almost retreated. Steady. I must steady myself. I must do my best to steady myself. I must not retreat. Moments later, Chun Xiu finally stabilized himself and adjusted his condition. He adjusted his condition and took the 6th step. 4 steps left to cross the 9th ring. 3 steps left. 2 steps left. Chapter 1785. 3rd update. The grayish-white murderous aura surged like a tidal wave, sweeping and destroying everything. Chun Xiu lifted his right foot and stepped forward bit by bit against the 10,000 layers of countercurrent. Every single step forward and every single step he took, he had to experience difficulties and dangers, yet it was unable to stop Chun Xiu's determination. Step. In the end, that kick still landed. Boom! The moment his foot landed, the ground shook as if the entire Azura secret realm was shaking. The Silver Blade King and the Heaven Battering King, who were training in the 6th ring, were shocked. But the tremor only lasted for a moment, and then calmed down. Therefore, the two did not feel anything and ignored it, continuing to train. The grayish-white color was retreating, and the extremely chaotic and violent murderous aura was disappearing without trace. The sky was clear and the earth was clear, like a clear stream, which surprised Chun Xiu. From the 1st ring to the 9th ring, the grayish-white color of the Azura secret realm became more and more intense. The grayish-white color was formed by the convergence of endless murderous aura and murderous aura. However, when he stepped into the center, he completely retreated and disappeared without a trace. Chun Xiu could not feel any murderous aura or murderous aura. What was going on? How could there be no murderous aura or murderous aura in the center of the Azura secret realm? Chun Xiu narrowed his eyes, and a cold light condensed, like rippling water, swept across. Then he focused his gaze on the front. The center of the Azura secret realm was not very big, about a kilometer in radius. It was very clear and could be seen at a glance. At the center of the center stood a statue. The statue was 10 meters tall, wearing grayish-white armor, looking at the sky, with one hand behind his back and the other outstretched. His palm was facing the sky, and his 5 fingers were slightly bent. A ball the size of a baby's fist, burning with grayish-white flames, was floating up and down, as if it was condensing a world. There seemed to be grayish-white flames burning in the statue's eyes. It was lifelike, like a real person, heroic and domineering, like a god. With just one glance, Chun Xiu's heart trembled, and his divine soul trembled. An indescribable feeling arose spontaneously. This feeling seemed to be a kind of agreement, a kind of closeness. It was as if there was an indescribable and inexplicable connection between him and this statue. Could this be the secret of the Azura mystic realm? Chun Xiu couldn't help thinking to himself. His gaze became even more focused as he carefully observed. The statue's facial features were three-dimensional and grayish-white in color. However, it looked as clear as a real person, especially the pair of eyes that were burning with grayish-white flames that seemed to be moving. At first glance, that face was calm and indifferent, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed to be filled with anger. In an instant, it was filled with shock and killing intent, as if it wanted to slaughter all living things. In an instant, Chun Xiu was horrified. The pair of burning eyes of the statue seemed to have moved. The eyeballs turned slightly and glanced at him. Was this an illusion? Chun Xiu wasn't sure, because it was like an illusion. The statue still maintained the posture of looking straight at the sky. The feeling of the eyeballs rolling and glancing at him disappeared in an instant. Chunxiu focused even more and looked at it bit by bit, from top to bottom. He didn't miss anything. The grayish-white battle armor was very tight, as if it had grown directly from the body, like the dragon scales of a real dragon. It was so natural. The statue wearing the grayish-white battle armor not only had an indescribable sense of domineering power, but also had an indescribable sense of agility, like the combination of a fierce tiger and a cheetah. Strength and speed were all present. It gave people the feeling that if it was a little more, it would be bloated, and if it was a little less, it would be thin and weak. It was as if it was born for battle and slaughter. It could perfectly display its strength and speed, turning it into an ultimate art of slaughter. Above the palm of his right hand, there was a floating bead burning with grayish-white flames, which attracted Chunzong's attention. He couldn't feel the heat of the flames, nor did he feel the coldness. However, Chunzong felt that the flames on the bead were incomparably mysterious. Vaguely, there was a mysterious fluctuation of Taoist rhyme, as if it contained a supreme mystery. Could that bead be the biggest secret of the Azura mystic realm? Chunxiu couldn't be sure. The existence of such a statue in the center of the mystic realm was already surprising, but it was even more surprising that he couldn't feel anything from the statue. One had to know, this was the Azura mystic realm, a mystic realm where one could obtain a minor supernatural power, the Azura mystic realm. It was absolutely extraordinary. Then, all the secrets should be on the statue, or something directly related to the statue. Now, what he needed to do was to find and decipher the mystery from the statue. Taking a step forward, Chunxiu approached the statue. Here, he didn't feel any obstruction, just like in the outside world. There was no violent killing intent, and he could move freely. Soon, Chunxiu was close to the statue, floating in the air. He was at the same height as the statue, observing it from a closer distance. At the same time, he released his heart domain and divine sense to cover the statue. The moment Chunxiu did this, the statue's gaze seemed to shift, focusing on him. The statue's expression turned cold, as if it was a god overlooking the world. Chunxiu was greatly alarmed. He didn't know when, but he discovered that he was restrained by an invisible force. He couldn't move at all, and his entire person was sealed in the air. Chunxiu's strength erupted without restraint, but it disappeared without a trace when it was thrown into the sea of mud, unable to break free. His heart sank. In an instant, the light in the statue's eyes shot out. Two rays of light burning with grayish-white flames shot through the air at an incomparable speed, silently piercing into Chunxiu's eyes. That power was irresistible. In an instant, it swept through Chunxiu's body, as if it was searching for something. Then, that power rushed against the current, piercing into his spirit sea and into his soul. Chunxiu only felt a slight pause. In the next breath, his spirit sea boiled and rolled endlessly, as if it was calm. Suddenly, strong winds swept through, and there were waves after waves, as if the end of the world had arrived. His soul also shook in an instant, as if it had been struck by lightning, and an extremely terrifying power exploded within it. Boom, boom, boom. Endless roars resounded. His soul seemed to have been completely shattered in an instant, and he couldn't feel anything. It was hazy and chaotic. After an unknown period of time, in the depths of his soul, a spiritual light gathered again. Gradually, Chunxiu's consciousness recovered. Then, it seemed that the shattered soul also gathered again. After it gathered again, there were some changes from before. Chunxiu couldn't explain this change at once. It was like a fundamental change. It was like a metamorphosis of the essence of life. And this was not the end of the transformation. It was just that the subsequent transformation was very slow. He didn't know how long it would take for the transformation to be complete. At that time, he should know what he had transformed into. As the spiritual light gathered again, his soul recovered. Waves of information surged like a tide, continuously surging into Chun Xiu's mind, circling in his soul. Chun Xiu immediately focused all his mind and focused on the torrential flood of information, and read it continuously. The information seemed to be vast and chaotic. An ordinary half-step great sage would definitely not be able to bear it, and his soul would shatter in an instant. Therefore, Chun Xiu couldn't read it completely for a while, and could only slowly organize it. Divine Fiend Azura Battle Technique. Chun Xiu couldn't help but read it out loud. Every word seemed to contain an indescribable mystery. Divine Fiend Azura Battle Technique. This seemed to be a kind of battle technique and also seemed to be a kind of cultivation technique. As he continued to organize and read, Chun Xiu became more and more shocked. At the same time, an indescribable ecstasy and excitement appeared on his face. The Divine Fiend Azura Battle Technique was really a kind of profound and unfathomable cultivation technique with tyrannical power. It was very shocking, and there were also many restrictions. Only the Divine Fiend Azura body could be cultivated. What was the Divine Fiend Azura body? It was a special kind of physique that contained the Azura physique of the path of evil. Only this kind of physique could cultivate and control this kind of power. Chun Xiu was obviously very compatible with it, because Chun Xiu was a doppelganger formed by using the Divine Fiend Azura secret technique to absorb a huge amount of evil aura. His physique was the Divine Fiend Azura body. The more he read and organized, the more information he learned, and the more surprised Chun Xiu was. It turned out that this Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was a superb inheritance of an extremely ancient Divine Fiend race in the void of the universe, the Azura race. It had accidentally wandered out and was obtained by a universe elite. However, to cultivate this superb inheritance, one needed the Divine Fiend Azura body. Therefore, that universe elite spent a lot of time and energy and, combined with some kind of treasure from the Azura race, created his own Divine Fiend Azura secret technique and formed an Azura doppelganger to cultivate this superb inheritance. But why would such a superb inheritance appear here? There was no detailed explanation, only that his original body was killed by an even more powerful being. The other party's methods were extraordinary, able to trace the origin and kill the soul. Even the doppelganger could not escape. However, when the doppelganger's soul was destroyed, there was a period of time when he passed by this side of the world. After leaving behind the inheritance, the doppelganger died, turning into an endless amount of evil aura and evil intent, creating this Azura secret realm. So this was the origin of the Azura secret realm. Chun Xiu was enlightened. A universe elite's doppelganger had died, and it was the doppelganger formed by the Divine Fiend Azura. Before he died, he dissolved himself, turning into an endless amount of evil aura and evil intent, creating the Azura secret realm, leaving behind many mysteries. The burning evil Azura skill was left behind casually, so it was incomplete. The Divine Fiend Azura secret technique was the key. Only by cultivating the Divine Fiend Azura secret technique and possessing an Azura doppelganger could one step into the center of the Azura secret realm and see the statue. After passing the test, one could then receive the inheritance of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. The power that had entered his body earlier was a kind of test. If he failed the test, he would be directly killed. Chapter 1786. Fourth update. In the Azura mystic realm, in the ninth ring, the murderous aura fluctuated like a tide. In the center of the mystic realm, it was calm and clear. The Azura doppelganger, Chun Xiu, was sorting out the complicated information in his soul. Part of the information was left behind by the universe elite, and the other part was the content of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. The name of the universe elite was not mentioned, but it mentioned the Azura doppelganger's name, Azura Demon King. There was not much information about the Azura Demon King, and it did not say that the inheritor had to take revenge. It was just to pass on the inheritance, that was all. This way, he could save himself a lot of trouble. After all, Chun Xiu did not know how strong the Universe Elite was. It was best to save himself some trouble. After sorting out the information, Chun Xiu started to sort out the information about the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. This inheritance was deep and unfathomable. Even with Chun Xiu's powerful soul and comprehension, he could not completely sort it out. He could only slowly sort it out. After a few days, Chun Xiu finally finished sorting it out. This inheritance came from the Shura clan of the ancient god demons in the void of the universe. It was a superb inheritance of the Shura clan and would not appear in the outside world. However, because a Shura clan elite died in battle outside, it was found by the Universe Elite. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was a cultivation technique and also a battle technique. The combination of the two was very shocking. Compared to the burning evil Azura technique, it was many times more superior. It was simply unpredictable, like the difference between heaven and earth. Even if Chun Xiu used his superb comprehension and the accumulation of his foundation to continuously perfect and create and strengthen the burning evil Azura technique, it cannot be compared to the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. The profound difference between them wasn't as simple as 100 or 1,000 times. It was a complete difference in essence. It was like the difference between an earthworm and a real dragon. Chun Xiu was not depressed at all. Instead, he was happy and excited. This was clearly an even more profound inheritance. If he was able to master it, his battle strength would increase even further from his original foundation. By then, it would not be difficult to raise his battle strength to 8-star. It would be easy, 12 levels. This Divine Fiend Azura battle technique had a total of 12 levels. If one cultivated it to the 4th level, they would be able to activate a unique form, greatly increasing their battle prowess. Following that, Chun Xiu immediately started to comprehend the profound mysteries within before proceeding with his cultivation. Only by doing so would he be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. With his superb comprehension ability and compatible body constitution, Chun Xiu was able to better understand all the mysteries contained within the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Of course, this kind of comprehension had its flaws no matter what. Only by comprehending to the limits of what one could comprehend and then cultivating would one be able to grasp a deeper level of the mysteries. Chun Xiu did not comprehend all 12 levels of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. He only comprehended up to the 5th level. He felt that the God Fiend Azura battle technique was much more profound and powerful than the heaven and earth execution of the Eternal Battle Fort. Chun Xiu and Chun Zong had no idea what the ancient fiend god race was. Their information was limited. Thus, it was even more unclear what level the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was at. He could only be sure that it was much more profound than the heaven and earth execution technique. Of course, the heaven and earth execution technique was not much more profound than the burning fiend Azura skill that Chun Xiu had perfected. At most, it was just a little bit. Perhaps, only the higher level inheritance of the Eternal Battle Fort could be compared to the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. These were all off-topic matters, and there was no need to be too concerned about them. A month passed, and Chun Xiu finally comprehended the first 3 levels of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Following that, he actually spent another month before comprehending the 4th level of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Looks like it's better to cultivate first. Chun Xiu thought to himself. He could only change his plans. The difficulty of comprehending the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique had exceeded his expectations. If he were to comprehend the 5th level, he did not know how much time it would take. It would take at least 2 months. Chun Xiu estimated after trying it out a little. Then, comprehending the 6th level would undoubtedly take more time. Let's cultivate first. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was many times more profound than the heaven and earth execution technique. If he succeeded in cultivating it, its power would naturally surpass the heaven and earth execution technique. The first level, he began to cultivate. As soon as he started cultivating, the power in Chun Xiu's body was instantly mobilized, moving slowly in a more mysterious way. The way it moved was the first level of the divine fiend Azura battle technique. As soon as he started cultivating, Chun Xiu felt different. The way it moved was not only very complicated, but also extremely mysterious. If he did not comprehend it thoroughly, and his divine sense was strong, his comprehension was high, and he could control his own power, it would be difficult to complete it. The difficulty of this kind of cultivation was more than 1,000 times more difficult than the heaven and earth execution technique. When the first level of the divine fiend Azura battle technique was completed, in an instant, a bit of power grew in his body. Chun Xiu felt it, and he was greatly shocked. That power was incomparably condensed, as if it had been tempered thousands of times. It was also incomparably pure, containing an extremely violent and ferocious power, as if it could destroy everything. He continued to cultivate. That bit of divine fiend Azura battle technique was incomparably domineering and ferocious, and did not allow the existence of other powers. But Chun Xiu's power in the past also belonged to the path of evil. Immediately, the divine fiend Azura battle technique began to devour Chun Xiu's original power in a domineering manner, strengthening itself. Regarding this, Chun Xiu did not stop it. Instead, he mobilized the original power in his body and continuously channeled it into the divine fiend Azura battle technique. That bit of divine fiend Azura battle technique was instantly strengthened at a shocking speed. However, the original burning evil Azura battle technique was not as pure as the divine fiend Azura battle technique, and after the transformation, the increase in the divine fiend Azura battle technique was not that great. When Chun Xiu's 10,000 evil Azura battle technique was completely integrated into the divine fiend Azura battle technique, it also had a breakthrough. The second level. Immediately, the divine fiend Azura battle technique was purified, and its power was even more domineering and ferocious. His body's power was completely transformed into the second level of divine fiend Azura battle technique. Chun Xiu stopped cultivating and felt the domineering power flowing in his body, and he was secretly shocked. His finger was like a sword as it streaked across the void, leaving behind a trace. Carefully sensing and distinguishing it, the might of this attack was not the slightest bit inferior to before. In other words, in terms of combat strength, he was not the slightest bit inferior to before. Furthermore, the divine fiend Azura battle technique was even more domineering and ferocious, and the destruction of life force was even more shocking. Invisibly, his strength had been further strengthened and was infinitely close to an 8-star battle technique. After feeling it for a while, Chun Xiu did not hesitate and continued cultivating. However, this time, he was close to the statue in the center of the void. He reached out and grabbed, and the round bead burning with grayish-white flames in the statue's hand flew into his hand. This round bead was left behind by the Azura demon monarch. His own divine fiend origin did not disperse, but it was left here, waiting for the fated person to inherit it. The Azura demon monarch was extremely powerful, and even though there was only a little bit of divine fiend origin left behind, to Chun Xiu, it was an ocean. Holding the divine fiend origin bead in his hand, Chun Xiu started to circulate the second level of the divine fiend Azura battle technique and absorbed it wholeheartedly. Immediately, wisps of flame aura continuously spread out from the divine fiend origin bead and entered Chun Xiu's palm. It flowed along his arm and into his body, integrating into the divine fiend Azura battle technique. There was no need to refine any impurities, and there was no loss. It could be directly converted and absorbed to strengthen his own divine fiend Azura battle technique. This divine fiend Azura battle technique's level of cultivation was closely related to the realm of the battle technique. The second level was definitely stronger than the first level. Cultivate, cultivate, cultivate. Cultivating wholeheartedly, Chun Xiu could feel his own strength increasing bit by bit, and it was becoming more and more shocking. If he continued to cultivate, he would definitely break through to the 8-star battle technique and become even stronger. As long as he had the 8-star battle technique, he would not be afraid even if the Rakshasa King came to his door. He would be able to fight with the Rakshasa King and even have the chance to kill him. Chun Xiu was cultivating wholeheartedly. As for his main body, Chun Zong, he had already come out of seclusion. That seclusion was just a small seclusion, a short seclusion. It only took him a few days to tidy up and increase his accumulation. After coming out of seclusion, Chun Zong naturally began to search for the Rakshasa King's whereabouts, and he also inquired about all kinds of information. For example, information about the divine void thunder. The 3 tribulations sharpening was a secret technique created by a Sword Tao Supreme Saint in his lifetime. Its purpose was to sharpen the sword will. His heart sword Tao had already been sharpened by the first tribulation's earthly fire tribulation and the second tribulation's heavenly wind tribulation, and it had been raised to the top level. Now, he only lacked the sharpening of the third tribulation to create the supreme sword will. Of course, the supreme sword will was also a speculation of the Sword Tao Supreme Saint. Whether it had really appeared or not, there was no way to know. No one had ever cultivated the 3 tribulations sharpening, so it was impossible to know whether the supreme sword will had been created or if the sword will had collapsed in the end. But no matter what, Chunzong would still try. Since he had embarked on this path, he had to walk to the best of his ability. He had to take every step steadily and pursue higher. It was a pity that the Rakshasa King had disappeared for hundreds of years, and it was difficult to find him in a short time. As for the divine void thunder, he had found some clues. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Time continued to pass. Every day, many things happened in the profound world. There were newborns being born and old people passing away. Of course, there were also many people who died because of conflicts and experiences. The winds and clouds changed, and the years overlapped. Chunzong's main body searched for the whereabouts of the divine void thunder and the Rakshasa King. He would not forget his own accumulation. The 6th stage of the Genesis sword technique was also gradually being perfected. As long as the time was right, he would be able to create it immediately. At that time, he could quickly cultivate and master it, and his combat strength would increase again. Opportunity. He only needed to wait for the right opportunity. In another place, in the Azura secret realm of the Azura sect, the cultivation of Chun Xiu's clone had also reached a bottleneck. The Divine Fiend Azura battle technique's 2nd stage had reached the perfection stage, and his strength had reached the extreme. Although he felt that he was still at the level of a 7-star, in a real battle, he might not be inferior to an ordinary 8-star. Absorb. He continued to cultivate, absorbing energy from the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl and transforming it into his body to increase the power of his Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Accumulation. Accumulation. Attack. Breakthrough. Chapter 1787. The drizzle was soft and unbreakable. It was like a cloud that covered the sky. It was a little hazy and could not be seen clearly. It was like a dense evening mist that connected the sky and the earth. The streets were wide and colorful oil paper umbrellas flowed like water. Those were the pedestrians. However, some people did not have umbrellas. When the rain fell, it disappeared naturally and could not wet their clothes. A person in a white robe stepped out of a huge pavilion. It was as white as new, and not a speck of dust or rain fell. His feet seemed to be slightly off the ground, and the soles of his shoes would not get wet. His face was gentle and calm. His eyes were calm and distant, as if he could see through the mist and dust clouds. He had a black sword at his waist. The black sword and the white robe were clearly distinguished. He had a unique temperament. It was Chunzong. The Rakshasa King has disappeared for hundreds of years. No one knows where he is now. I can only be sure that he is cultivating in seclusion somewhere in the profound realm. Chunzong walked in the drizzle and said to himself. His voice was so soft that only he could hear it. Half a year had passed since he killed the Rakshasa King. He had been looking for him and asking for all kinds of information, but he still could not find him. However, the information about the divine void thunder was more clear. The divine void thunder did not exist in the Tianyuan sacred realm. It was outside in the void. If he wanted to find the divine void thunder, he had to go to the void. Chunzong had also been to the outer sky void once. That was the place where the Linwu Great Emperor had left behind the opportunity. The entrance was somewhere in the outer sky void. However, he did not see any divine void thunder at that time. It seemed that the divine void thunder existed, but he did not know where it was in the void. It was really difficult to find a place without a definite location. When I meet the Rakshasa King and fulfill the ancient Asura King's last wish, I will go to the void and look for it. Maybe I will find it if I am lucky, Chunzong thought. If not, he would go to the eternal battle fort first. Now that the power of the eternal heaven and earth token had been accumulated, he could go to the eternal battle fort again. Search, take the initiative to find the Rakshasa King and kill him. In the deepest part of the bottomless abyss in the profound realm, in the depths of a winding cave, the ball of darkness was much deeper than before. It had already shrunk to the very center, forming a layer of pitch black, almost solid skin that tightly wrapped around the strong and tall body. The figure was extremely strong, as if it was holding up the sky. A sound. The solid darkness that filled his body exploded in an instant and rushed in all directions. It was as if it had turned into numerous ghostly shadows that coiled in all directions and directly dyed the surroundings into a dark, ghostly realm. In the next moment, countless ghostly shadows shot out from all directions and flew towards the figure in the center. In an instant, they directly rushed into the powerful and tall figure. An inhuman roar sounded. The tall and strong body suddenly trembled, as if it was suffering unparalleled pain. Layers upon layers of ghostly shadows surged into Meng Hao's body. When all the ghostly shadows entered his body stopped trembling for an instant. That layer of seemingly solid black light turned into a membrane that covered his entire body, like a layer of strange armor. It made his tall and strong body look like a demon standing upright, and his aura was extremely terrifying. In the next breath, the black light retreated. It seemed to have merged into the body. Not long after, a tall and sturdy body that was almost perfect was revealed. It was extremely powerful. I have finally mastered the 6th level of the Purgatory Ghost Scripture. The Rakshasa King spoke. His voice was like a thunderclap, shaking the whole cave. It was as if it was about to collapse. The excitement in his heart was indescribable. Hundreds of years ago, after he killed the ancient Asura King, he did not get the secret technique to condense a clone. So, he took his anger out on the ancient Asura sect. He killed some of the ancient Asura sect's experts, causing the ancient Asura sect to decline. After that, he left the great Luo city and traveled around in search of opportunities. Finally, he found the Purgatory Ghost Scripture in the depths of the dark demon abyss. The Rakshasa King was shocked when he comprehended it. The Purgatory Ghost Scripture's mysteries were many times more profound than any cultivation technique he had seen before. It was on a completely different level. Naturally, the Rakshasa King began to cultivate in seclusion. First, he changed his cultivation technique. After that, he continued to cultivate and improve. His goal was very direct. He wanted to cultivate to the 6th level, which was the last level of the Purgatory Ghost Scripture. When he came out, he would dominate the world. As for the Bloodclaw King and the Barbarian Mountain King, they were two unlucky people who entered the dark demon abyss in the past hundreds of years. They were immediately enslaved by the Rakshasa King and became his subordinates. After some training, their combat strength increased. He didn't expect that such elite 7-star combat strength would be killed. But now he came out of seclusion. The 6th level of the Purgatory Ghost Scripture brought him an extremely terrifying power. It was a power that even he felt fear. The ghostly wind swirled. Suddenly, a black robe appeared on his shockingly strong body. His aura was extremely vigorous. His shoulders seemed to shake slightly. Then, The Rakshasa king turned into a gust of black wind. He quickly rolled out of the cave. In just an instant, that gust of black wind blew out of the winding cave. It didn't stop at all and quickly rushed up into the sky. The dark demon abyss was said to be bottomless, but in fact it was very, very deep. At a glance, all one could see was darkness. It was difficult to see the bottom. That was why it was called bottomless. 3 streams of light flew over from afar. They were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they landed at the edge of the dark demon abyss. Brother Sue, are you sure that there is a great opportunity in the dark demon abyss? The black-robed elder among the 3 frowned. He stared at the bottomless dark demon abyss. His voice was somewhat suppressed. He didn't do it on purpose. It was just how he spoke. Who could be 100% sure about the opportunities in the world? An ordinary-looking middle-aged man in a green robe with white hair at his temples said with a smile, "Brother Sue is right, but as long as there is a trace of possibility, it is worth investigating." Another burly man in brown armor said in a low, muffled voice. If someone saw the 3 of them, they would be very surprised, because the 3 of them were ranked very high on the Taishan Supreme Saint list, especially the green-robed middle-aged man with the surname Sue. He was even ranked in the top 10. Of the 3, 1 was an elite 7-star combat strength, and the other 2 were ordinary 7-star combat strength. They came together to explore the dark demon abyss. Many people had done this before. Some went in and never came out. Some came out but didn't find anything. Of course, there were also people who did find some good treasures. In an instant, a gust of black wind silently flew up from the depths of the dark demon abyss like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, a tall and strong figure appeared in front of the 3. The speed shocked the 3 of them. The Rakshasa king's eyes were deep and cold as he stared at the 3 of them. He immediately sensed their auras clearly. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Immediately, his white teeth shone with a cold light as an indescribable, mysterious killing intent spread out. There was no reason for his murderous intent to appear. Being stared at, the 3 of them immediately felt uncomfortable. There was a vague threat and malice attacking them, which made them frown. "What can I do for you?" The green-robed middle-aged man with the surname Sue said seriously. The other old man and the burly man also looked serious. They secretly gathered their strength. The person who suddenly swept out from the depths of the dark demon abyss had an obscure aura. He gave off an ominous feeling. His expression didn't seem to have good intentions. They had to be on high alert. "Nothing much." Luosha King grinned. His white teeth were like the fangs of a ghost. The light in his eyes seemed to be deeper. "It's just that I haven't killed anyone in a long time. I miss it." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 7-star powerhouses' expressions changed drastically. They didn't hesitate and attacked decisively. The 3 of them weren't able to obtain their current combat strength and status by luck. Instead, they had cultivated and tempered themselves step by step since they were weak. They had only obtained their current strength by experiencing life and death battles time and time again. They were extremely sensitive to danger. As soon as their opponent finished speaking, they immediately attacked without mercy. If they wanted to kill him, then they would kill him, even if he only said it and didn't do it. The green-robed sword in the middle-aged man's hand spat out sword light. It tore through the void and turned into a majestic green sword light in an instant. It carried a terrifying sword intent that could tear through everything. The black-robed old man opened his hand and turned it into a sharp claw. It tore through the void like a black eagle flying in the sky. It instantly slashed down and tore through everything. The burly man roared. Bronze light appeared on his body. His chi and blood surged. A bronze mountain spirit appeared behind him, burning with blood-red flames. He was a body-refining monarch. Boom! A violent punch that had condensed all the strength in his body suddenly blasted out. The force of the punch was extremely powerful, and it was like a mountain that was burning with raging flames. It smashed through space, and it shattered everything into powder. It was extremely violent. The 3 of them didn't hold back at all. They all felt a trace of malicious killing intent and threat from that person. This person really wanted to kill them. Moreover, they didn't know each other and didn't have any grudges. He wanted to kill them just because he hadn't killed anyone in a long time. He was definitely a terrifying person. Of course, there was no burden to kill such a person. Facing the merciless attacks of the three seven-star powerhouses, Luosha King didn't move. His expression was cold. Then, a mysterious smile appeared on his face. He reached out his left hand slowly. His 5 fingers were in the void. A trace of darkness gathered in his palm and spread out. The entire palm turned black. Block. Resist. Block. In the blink of an eye, he had casually stretched out his palm. First, he had grabbed the green sword light and instantly shattered it. Then, he had shattered the black eagle's sharp claws. Finally, he had shattered the tyrannical flaming fist. Chapter 1788. Add Chapter 2. Third update around 4:00 p.m. Is this all you've got? Weak, you're really weak. Since you're so weak, there's no need for you to continue living. The Rakshasa King said a few words in a row with a hint of mockery and ridicule. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically, and they were horrified. The attack just now was their ultimate move with all their strength, but it could not do anything to the other party. It was easily blocked and shattered by the other party's hand. What kind of combat strength was that? It was like the difference between heaven and earth. The 3 men knew that this time they were in danger. Your Excellency, who are you? We don't know you, and we don't have any grudges. They spoke one after another and secretly retreated. I'm the Rakshasa King. Remember that before you die. As the Rakshasa King's voice fell, it sounded as if it directly sounded in the 3 men's ears. It was indescribably horrifying. Slash. Without hesitation, he used all his strength and even his secret technique. He slashed out with his sword. The sword light was crazily compressed and condensed into a finger-wide but extremely thin, deep blue sword light. It seemed to be inferior to the previous attack, but the power contained in it was several times more terrifying. The sword was mercilessly slashed out. In an instant, the deep blue sword light shattered into countless fragments and light spots that shot out. A pitch-black shadow swept through the air like a ghost, tearing and piercing the void. The sword of the middle-aged man, surnamed Su, also paused. Then, countless cracks appeared on the sword. His body trembled imperceptibly as if he was being ravaged by an electric current. Then, he remained motionless, maintaining the posture of stabbing out with all his strength. A black wind and a ghost shadow swept past in an instant, twisting and turning in an instant and appearing beside the black-robed old man. The black light broke through the air like lightning, sweeping past the black-robed old man's side and rushing toward the body refiner. Boom! It was like a thunderbolt explosion. All of the burly man's attacks were shattered in an instant. Like a hot knife through butter, the aura behind him also exploded and dissipated. The burly man's incomparably strong body was directly hit by the black light. It was as if he had been hit by an immemorial giant beast. He was instantly sent flying, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a waterfall. The center of the burly man's chest had completely caved in. Everything around him had collapsed, and black cracks had appeared all over his body. With one strike, the 7-star body refiner king was sent flying for 1,000 meters. When he landed on the ground, he was already dead. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was wide open. Even his tongue was stuck out. His chest had completely caved in, and the hole had penetrated his back. What was even more horrifying was that his body was covered with black cracks, like porcelain that had been smashed. If one looked carefully, they would discover that this strong body had become soft, as if all the bones and muscles that were as hard as diamond had all been shattered. Death! 3 7-star warriors were all killed in one strike. The strongest green-robed, middle-aged man maintained his posture of thrusting out his sword with all his strength. He stared forward with a hint of fear in his eyes. It was unknown when, but a dark red that had appeared between his eyebrows and pierced through the back of his head. The black-robed old man fell forward. His chest had been pierced through. The burly man was sent flying for 1,000 meters. His sternum had caved in, and all the bones and muscles in his body had been shattered. Ah! The Rakshasa King's figure appeared. He looked down at his masterpiece and couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh. He had been in seclusion for hundreds of years just to cultivate and increase his combat strength. For someone like him, it was really rare. Now that he had mastered the Purgatory Ghost scripture, he had finally come out of seclusion. He hadn't killed anyone for hundreds of years, and he was already itching to do it. He had planned to kill some people first before going to the Shura sect. He didn't expect that someone would come knocking on his door. Moreover, this person had some combat strength. The feeling of killing the weak was completely different from killing the strong. However, killing only 3 people wasn't enough to release the desire to kill in his heart, but it was enough to relieve some of it. Now, he would go straight to the Shura sect and exterminate them. At the same time, he would capture Chun Shio alive and interrogate him about the secret of the doppelganger. Although he had the Purgatory Ghost scripture, a powerful and profound technique, and had cultivated it to the highest level, if he could obtain the secret of the doppelganger and condense a doppelganger, it would definitely be very helpful. Moreover, the doppelganger not only increased his combat strength, but also increased his life. He would have one more life. In an instant, the Rakshasa King turned into a black wind and flew away at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This was the Dark Demon Abyss, one of the forbidden areas of the highest mystery world. It was very far from the boundary of Tai Luo City, so it wasn't easy to get there in a short time. However, there was still the Void Temple's Void Gate to teleport. Just as the Rakshasa King turned into a black wind and left, a white light flew in from the distance and then stopped. The white light disappeared, and Chun Zong's body appeared. He looked down and was shocked. At the edge of the dark abyss, there were 3 bodies on the ground. One was still standing, maintaining the posture of stabbing with a sword, but Chun Zong could feel that there was no vitality left. Another was lying on his stomach, and the last one was lying on his back. Dead. All of them were dead. Chun Zong looked at the faces and decorations of the 3 people and compared them to the strong cultivators he knew in his mind. He was even more surprised. 3 strong cultivators. 3 strong cultivators who were ranked at the top of the Great Saint ranking had all died here, and it seemed that they hadn't been dead for long. Chun Zong checked more carefully, and the more he checked, the more serious his expression became. The middle-aged man in the green robe had been pierced between his eyebrows by the force of a finger. The speed was extremely fast, and the penetrating power was shocking. The remaining aura was cold and gloomy, like a ghost, and it made Chun Zong very frightened. The old man's heart was shattered by the terrifying force of a fist, and it went straight through his back. The remaining aura was also cold and gloomy, and it was extremely terrifying. It was certain that the same person had killed him. Looking at the big man lying on his back, Chun Zong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, and he was extremely shocked. It could be seen that the big man had been hit directly in the center of his chest. His sternum had completely collapsed, and his muscles and skin had been torn apart. What was even more terrifying was that his muscles and bones had all been shattered by a terrifying and overbearing force. This force was also cold and gloomy, like a ghost. The cold and gloomy force was extremely overbearing and terrifying, and it made Chun Zong feel fearful and fearful. What kind of force was this? Whose force was this? For a moment, Chun Zong's mind was in a mess. Chun Zong didn't know that this was Rakshasa King's current strength. After all, he only knew about Rakshasa King, and that was all. He didn't know much about Rakshasa King. Moreover, the information he knew about Rakshasa King was from hundreds of years ago, and Rakshasa King hadn't obtained the Purgatory Ghost Mantra yet. Although he was fearful, Chun Zong still took the storage rings of the 3 people. He shouldn't waste the wealth of the dead. Then, Chun Zong looked at the Dark Demon Abyss, but he didn't plan to enter it. Instead, he left and continued to search for Rakshasa King. Not long after, in the Sky Temple of Tai Luo City, A tall and muscular figure appeared. As he stepped out, wherever he went, it was as if the gods and ghosts retreated. It was a chilling sight, and no one dared to approach him, for fear of being torn apart. Rakshasa King had arrived. Leaving the city, Rakshasa King transformed into a black wind and arrived at Azura Peak. Without hesitation, he spread out the 5 fingers of his right hand and waved it like a fan. Boom! In an instant, his right hand stirred up a violent gust of wind, whistling as it rushed forward, straight towards the Azura Gate at the top of Azura Peak. Like a grade 12 hurricane, it rushed into Azura Peak in an instant, sweeping up a terrifying force. The trees on the mountain swayed wildly, as if they were about to be uprooted. The Azura Gate Palace at the top of the mountain also seemed to be shaking slightly under the force of the hurricane. The disciples who were cultivating were swept by the cold gust of wind. Their bodies swayed, and they felt cold all over, as if they were about to be frozen. The violent gust of wind wreaked havoc, and gradually frost filled the air. A buzzing sound was heard, and the great encirclement formation was fully activated in an instant, blocking the cold gust of wind, preventing it from getting any closer. Oh, you've activated the formation. Is it useful? Rakshasa King's face was instantly filled with a mocking smile. A mere array formation, in his eyes, was completely nothing. Even if he didn't know how to break the formation, was there a need? No, he could just break it directly. There was no need to waste his time. Boom! Rakshasa King punched out directly. The pitch-black fist force seemed to be accompanied by a ghostly shadow, and in an instant, it hit the Great Encirclement Formation. The Great Encirclement Formation was powerful enough to withstand the attack of an Elite 6-star. Even a 7-star wouldn't be able to break it in an instant. However, it was nothing to Rakshasa King, as it was relatively weak. With just one hit, the Great Encirclement Formation shook violently, and it was instantly broken and torn apart. The formation was broken and dispersed. The remaining force immediately wreaked havoc, destroying and collapsing the palaces one by one. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The entire Shura sect was fully mobilized. At the same time, the second elder immediately entered the Shura secret realm to look for the supreme elders and the few guardians who were cultivating there. Most importantly, the Supreme Elder Chinshio was there. Such a powerful enemy was definitely an expert who was half a step away from the Great Saint level. At the very least, he had the combat strength of an Elite 7-star. In the entire Shura sect, only the Supreme Elder Chinshio could resist such combat strength. It had to be said that the Shura sect reacted very quickly. From the time the formation was broken to the time they entered the Shura secret realm to send out the message, only less than 10 breaths had passed. As for Rakshasa King, he wasn't in a hurry to attack and kill wantonly. Instead, he had a mocking look on his face. In his opinion, the people of the Shura sect were already dead, and the only difference was whether they died sooner or later. Now, he was giving the Shura sect some time to call out all the so-called experts inside and give them hope. When the time came, he would kill them all, and they would fall into the abyss of despair. It was more fun to play like this. Chapter 1789. Heavenly King covers Earth Tiger. Azura battles Rakshasa. 3rd update. Tomorrow, the 4th chapter will be released on the official account. Remember to follow the official account. 6 paths fall, the black wind howled, and the black clouds pressed down on the mountain. The gloomy and eerie aura spread out in all directions, immediately bringing great pressure and threat to the Shura sect. An unprecedented crisis had arrived. The sect master, the elders, and the disciples all had solemn expressions on their faces. Their hearts were extremely depressed. Under this extremely terrifying dark and cold aura, everyone felt suffocated. It was as if they were about to be dragged into a ghost world, never to be reincarnated. The moment Chinshio stepped out of the Shura secret realm, he immediately felt the gloomy and eerie aura in the air. This kind of aura had never existed in the Shura sect before. With his superhuman senses, Chun Xiu knew that these strands of gloomy and eerie aura were very shocking, showing how powerful and terrifying the owner of this aura was. A strong enemy was coming. But who was the enemy? Thinking, Chun Xiu's speed was not slow at all. In a flash, he turned into a gray lightning, sweeping across the sky, passing through the halls of Ashura's sect, heading straight for the Ashura sect. A cold, sharp, and domineering gaze carrying a terrifying will that could shatter space instantly landed on Chun Xiu's body, causing his mind to involuntarily tremble. When Chun Xiu met that gaze, he saw a pair of pitch-black eyes. They were deep and cold, like a ghastly ghost. It was as if they wanted to suck out the souls of living creatures and send them into hell forever. Chun Xiu was not afraid at all. His eyes focused, and a gray light rippled out, spreading out. Their gazes clashed in the air, creating invisible sparks and ripples. It was as if a stone had been thrown into a calm water surface. The ripples were indeterminate and unending. Chun Xiu. Luo Sha King grinned, revealing his white teeth, reflecting a dazzling cold light, making people think of the fangs of a ghost, as if they could bite and swallow everything. Luo Sha King. Chun Xiu did not need the other party to defend himself. This person was Luo Sha King. This kind of aura was extremely powerful, at least at the 8-star level. Besides Luo Sha King, who else could it be? When the Bloodclaw King attacked that day, Chun Xiu had already guessed it. That was why Qin Zong took the initiative to search for the Rakshasa King. He planned to find a Rakshasa King first and kill him, so as to prevent the Rakshasa King from coming to the Ashura Gate and causing unnecessary casualties and destruction. Who would have thought that the Rakshasa King, whose whereabouts were so secretive that they couldn't find him after searching for half a year, would actually come to the Ashura Gate on his own accord? Fortunately, the Rakshasa King only destroyed the Great Encirclement Formation and did not attack again to slaughter the Ashura Gate disciples. Otherwise, the losses would have been disastrous. The Rakshasa King was not surprised that the other party knew his title. Instead, the dim light in his eyes flickered as if he was even more excited. Was it you who killed my left and right emissaries? Devil King asked again. Are you talking about the Bloodclaw King and the Barbarian Mountain King? Chun Xiu asked with a smile. Don't worry, I won't kill you easily. Luo Sha King's eyes narrowed slightly. The fact that Yi Futian was able to kill his 2 messengers meant that his combat ability was not to be underestimated. Perhaps he could reach the 8-star level and be a worthy opponent. Of course, he could only be a worthy opponent. There was a difference between a worthy opponent and a worthy opponent. After cultivating the Purgatory Ghost scripture to the 6th level, the Rakshasa King was extremely confident in his combat ability. He had already made up his mind to capture Chun Xiu alive instead of killing him. Firstly, he would force Chun Xiu to reveal the secret of his clone. Secondly, he would enslave Chun Xiu, just like how he had enslaved the Bloodclaw King and the Barbarian Mountain King back then. Enslaving an 8-star powerhouse was undoubtedly better than enslaving 2 7-star powerhouses. Chun Xiu's eyes narrowed as he was shocked. In the past, the Rakshasa King's combat ability was not as strong as the ancient Ashura King's. The only reason he could injure the ancient Ashura King was because the ancient Ashura King trusted the Rakshasa King. But now, the Rakshasa King's combat ability was at least that of an ordinary 8-star powerhouse. No, the pressure from this aura was not just that of an ordinary 8-star powerhouse. Perhaps it had reached the level of an elite 8-star powerhouse. This kind of improvement was not small. However, the Rakshasa King's ranking was not on the Taishian Supreme Saint leaderboard. But even if the Rakshasa King's combat ability had reached the level of an elite 8-star powerhouse, Chun Xiu would not be afraid at all. This was because after cultivating the Divine Fiend Ashura battle technique, his combat ability had already far surpassed before. Fight! In an instant, Chun Xiu's mind was in turmoil as his battle intent shot up to the sky. Sensing Chun Xiu's battle intent, the Rakshasa King was slightly stunned and surprised. Then, a terrifying black light exploded from his body and turned into a black storm. It was as if a ghost had opened up. Waves of chilly wind roared in the sky, shocking the world and destroying all life. The Nirvana evil sword was unsheathed, bringing with it an extremely ferocious gray sword light. The sword light was like a crescent moon, crossing the sky and tearing apart the Rakshasa king. With a shocking sword will, it was ferocious and violent, as if it wanted to destroy all life as it mercilessly attacked the Rakshasa king. Facing this powerful sword, the Rakshasa king did not dodge at all. Instead, he stretched out his left hand. Black light spread out and fluctuated on his palm. With a sudden slap, heaven and earth roared and trembled violently. The moment the crescent moon sword light came into contact with the palm, it paused for a moment. It was as if a sharp blade had slashed on steel, bursting into thousands of sparks. The shocking sound was so sharp that it seemed to tear everything apart. In the Shura sect, everyone felt as if their eardrums were pierced. Fresh blood flowed out. Some of the disciples with weaker cultivation and weaker minds screamed and fainted on the ground. This scene made Chun Xiu frown slightly. The collision between two 8-star powerhouses was too shocking. The aftermath was so terrifying that it was unbearable. If a fierce battle were to break out here, the entire Shura sect would be annihilated. With a thought, Chun Xiu held his sword and flew into the void. Like a white steed flashing across a gap, he stabbed out with his sword. The Nirvana evil sword released a powerful sword chi that pierced through the void. Swoosh! Swoosh! In the blink of an eye, hundreds of gray sword lights swept across the sky like lightning and attacked the Rakshasa king. They were densely packed and enveloped the Rakshasa king from head to toe. This kind of envelopment was not random. Instead, it targeted every part of the Rakshasa king's body. In an instant, the Rakshasa king's hands struck out simultaneously. His palms revolved in front of him, turning, rubbing, and rubbing as they erupted with extremely terrifying might. Immediately, it completely blocked the hundreds of extremely powerful sword lights and completely shattered them. Chun Xiu's figure closed in and killed with one strike. The evil sword true body attacked. This strike was also blocked by the Rakshasa king. However, Chun Xiu swept past the Rakshasa king and moved forward at an astonishing speed. Are you trying to escape, or are you trying to protect the Shura sect? The Rakshasa king turned around and stared at Chun Xiu's rapidly leaving figure. With a mocking expression, he turned into a gust of black wind and chased after him. In comparison, Chun Xiu was more important than the existence of the Shura sect. Not to mention the current Shura sect, even if the ancient Shura sect was at its peak, the Rakshasa king could still wipe them out. Only the secret doppelganger technique passed down from the ancient Shura sect was what the Rakshasa king wanted. Otherwise, he would not have betrayed his friends and secretly tried to assassinate them. In the end, he gained nothing. This was his obsession. No matter what, he had to obtain the secret doppelganger technique. Obviously, the secret of the doppelganger technique was most likely on Chun Xiu. After him, the Rakshasa king was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up. Seeing that Chun Xiu had lured away the terrifying Rakshasa king, everyone in the Shura sect heaved a sigh of relief. The Tiangong elder also began to repair the formation. They could only hope that Grand Elder Chun Xiu could kill this powerful enemy. Otherwise, the Shura sect would be in danger. Chun Xiu did not intend to escape. His goal was only to lure the Rakshasa king away to prevent the aftermath of the battle from causing devastating damage to the Shura sect. There were hundreds of peaks in the Grand Luo Mountains within the boundaries of Grand Luo City. Among them, a small number of peaks were occupied by sections. Nearly half of the peaks were ownerless for various reasons. Chun Xiu led the Rakshasa king to an ownerless peak. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced the black wind that was chasing after him. The black wind howled and swept over wildly. It was extremely violent, as if it could destroy everything between heaven and earth. It also swept over like a ghastly ghost, wanting to swallow Chun Xiu whole. Chun Xiu held his sword and stood in the void. The gray light in his eyes was like lightning shooting through the void. It pierced through the black wind and stared at the Rakshasa king's body. Strike! The sword slashed out. It was as fast as lightning and extremely powerful. The battle strength of the divine fiend Azura was infused into the sword, causing the power of the sword to become even more terrifying and tyrannical. It was as if it could destroy all life between heaven and earth. The Rakshasa king was secretly shocked. This kind of power was not at all inferior to the power of his purgatory ghost mantra. Boom! The Rakshasa king attacked. A finger pierced through the void. The power of the finger was vast and violent, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Chinchio was secretly shocked as well. The Rakshasa king's power was extremely terrifying. It was cold, eerie, and overbearing. This kind of power was not at all inferior to the power of the sixth level of the art of heaven and earth that Chinchio's original consciousness had cultivated in the eternal battle fort. Could it be that the Rakshasa king had obtained some kind of profound inheritance and cultivated a terrifyingly powerful cultivation method? Was that why he could control such terrifying power? This was not impossible. There should also be some profound inheritances in the Tianyuan sacred region. It was just that he did not have the opportunity to obtain them. He could obtain a great opportunity, but there was no guarantee that others could do the same. Then, killing such a Rakshasa king would give him a greater sense of accomplishment. Although the Rakshasa king was a powerful enemy and posed a great threat to the Azura sect, and he had to kill him to complete the ancient Azura king's dying wish. In essence, whether it was Chunzong or Chinchio, they were both people who used battle to nurture battle and sharpen themselves in various life and death battles to stimulate their potential and break through. It was a little crazy. Therefore, no matter what kind of opponent they faced, as long as they had enough strength, they would ignite their blood and their fighting spirit would boil. The more they fought, the braver they would become. What Chinchio did not know was that the Purgatory Ghost Sutra that the Rakshasa king cultivated had only been cultivated to the 6th level in order to have such tyrannical power. As for the divine fiend Azura battle technique that Chinchio cultivated, he had only cultivated to the 3rd level. Chapter 1790. 4th update. As an important evil supporting character, you must be ferocious enough. Gray light. Black light. The gray light was ferocious and ruthless, exterminating all life. It was extremely terrifying. The black light was cold and domineering, destroying everything. The two types of power were controlled and blasted out again and again. They constantly collided and created shocking shockwaves. It was as if a demonic dragon was wreaking havoc in all directions. Boom! The shockwaves hit a small mountain and immediately blasted a corner of the mountain. The vegetation lost all life in an instant. That was the result of the shockwaves from the two domineering powers. The entire mountain shook because of it. Terrifying. Such might was truly terrifying. If the two of them directly attacked a mountain that was more than 2,000 meters tall, it would probably be shattered and flattened to the ground in just a few moments. But no matter if it was Chinchio or Rakshasa King, their target was not the mountain, but each other. The mountain was damaged only because of the shockwaves from the collision of their powers. Elite 8-star combat power. No matter if it was Chinchio or Rakshasa King, both of them had reached the Elite 8-star level. Moreover, they were both top 8-star Elite 8-star. Ordinary 8-star, Elite 8-star were no match for them. The more Chinchio fought, the more his blood boiled and his fighting spirit soared to the heavens. The more Rakshasa King fought, the more shocked he was. At the same time, his heart was filled with even more violence and madness. Deep in his eyes, the dark light became more and more intense. It was as if it could devour everything. Chinchio unleashed his swordsmanship to the extreme. Every sword contained the combat power of the divine fiend Azura. It was extremely powerful and ferocious. It was born only to slaughter the common people. The power of every sword, even if it was just an ordinary sword move, was not inferior to the previous ultimate move. It might even be stronger. This was the difference brought about by the power of cultivation techniques. For any cultivator, cultivation was very important. It was the foundation of power. Other aspects were also very important. The increase in power brought about by a powerful cultivation technique was undoubtedly very significant. For example, the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was considered a superb legacy cultivation technique in the void of the universe. It was even more terrifying. The difference between the Tianyuan sacred region and the void of the universe was too great. It was impossible to calculate. For example, the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique was unparalleled in the entire Lingwu sacred world. If Rakshasa King knew that Chun Shio's cultivation method was much more powerful than his Purgatory Ghost mantra, he would be very tempted and want to obtain it. Of course, even if he obtained it, he would not be able to cultivate it successfully. What's more, he had no way of obtaining it. Fight! A fierce battle. It was an extremely intense battle of life and death. In this battle, it was either life or death. There was no luck involved. The more he fought, the more violent the Rakshasa King became. His killing intent grew stronger. Gradually, wisps of dark fire mist spread out from his eyes. A faint dark fire mist also seemed to burn on his body. Chun Shio could feel that the Rakshasa King's aura was becoming more and more terrifying. The surroundings were also affected and became darker and darker. The darkness seemed to be swallowing the void as it gradually spread out. The more he fought, the braver he became. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Whether it was Chun Shio or Luo Sha King, the Rakshasa King's body was very strong. In this battle, he did not seem to use up any of his energy. Every attack was as if he had used all of his strength. An ordinary Elite 8-star would not be able to withstand more than a few attacks before being killed. Although such combat strength was not as strong as a 9-star, it was not too far off. Ghost God Patrol. In an instant, the Rakshasa King condensed a fist and suddenly punched out. The fist force was dark and gloomy. It shattered the void and turned into a ferocious ghost god shadow with fangs. It seemed to have rushed out from the void of hell and appeared to patrol the world. As soon as the ghost god shadow appeared, the surroundings immediately became darker and gloomier. It was as if a ghost realm had descended. Chun Shio could not help but tremble. He could only feel the gloomy aura crazily invading his body, trying to penetrate and corrode him. The ghost god shadow roared and rushed towards him. Its sharp claws tore through the air and tore through everything. The power of this punch was extremely violent and terrifying. Such a martial technique immediately startled Chun Shio. It was extremely strong and exquisite. When the Rakshasa King executed it, its might increased explosively. Ghost God Patrol. This was a set of martial arts from the Purgatory Ghost Sutra. Only the power of the Purgatory Ghost Sutra could activate it. Only the power of the Purgatory Ghost Sutra could truly unleash its power. The Purgatory Ghost Sutra was very profound. It could almost dominate the entire Tianyuan sacred region. It was unparalleled. The set of martial arts was, of course, also very terrifying. Under this punch, Chun Shio felt as if his soul was about to be drawn out. His body also felt as if it was about to be shattered. Heavenly Fiend Sword Art, Fiend Shadow. The sword was extremely fast. It pierced through everything. This was a sword technique that Chun Shio had created himself. Using the battle strength of the Divine Fiend Azura to activate it, its power directly increased explosively by many times. Not only did the speed of the sword increase by several times, the destructive power it contained had also increased exponentially, increasing by more than several times. This was the difference brought about by the power of the martial arts. When the sword was unleashed, it disappeared into the void. Only an undetectable shadow, condensed with extreme divine fiend power, could be seen. It pierced through everything. A sword mark was left in the void. It was like a sword mark in the vacuum. All the life in the sword mark was directly wiped out by the overbearing divine fiend power. Even the spiritual energy in the universe was directly destroyed. The power cultivated by the divine fiend Azura battle technique was so terrifying and overbearing. Moreover, the higher the level of cultivation, the more terrifying it was. The extremely condensed sword immediately pierced through the ghost god shadow. It pierced through the chilly wind and pierced towards the Rakshasa king. But the ghost god shadow that was pierced did not seem to be affected at all. It continued to attack Chinchio. The second move of the heavenly fiend sword technique, sword massacre. It was not that the ghost god shadow's sword did not injure the ghost god shadow. It was just that, relatively speaking, the destruction it caused was not enough. But the power of the sword killer's move was much stronger than the ghost god shadow's move. It was more directly reflected in the destruction. The sword slashed down. In an instant, the ghost god shadow was split open. The extremely terrifying power shattered the ghost god shadow. It brazenly slashed through the void, wiping out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth under the sword. It also wiped out all the life under the sword as it slashed towards the Rakshasa king. The Rakshasa king's expression changed drastically as he shattered the ghost god shadow with a punch. From the sword killer's move, he felt an extremely terrifying murderous intent. It was as if this sword was enough to threaten his life. Ghost god shocking the heavens. With a loud roar, the Rakshasa king suddenly condensed the ghost god shadow's power and punched out. The power of this punch was much stronger than the previous one. With this punch, the ghost god shadow seemed to have crawled out from hell. As soon as it appeared, it quickly solidified. It let out an extremely terrifying roar towards Chinchio. It was as if the roar could shatter the nine hells. Then, the gradually solidifying ghost god turned into a jet of black light. In an instant, it swept past and charged out in an earth-shattering manner. It directly collided with Chinchio's sword killer's move. There was no dodging. It was purely a head-on collision to see who was stronger. The sword light shattered, and the ghost god was torn apart. Chi blasted out in all directions, shattering the vacuum and destroying everything. The mountain peak was once again affected. A small part of it directly collapsed. The Rakshasa king could see that his opponent's swordsmanship was superb. But compared to the ghost god purgatory fist that he had mastered, there was still a gap. After all, Chinchio's swordsmanship was self-created. It was created on the basis of his own foundation. On the other hand, the martial arts of the purgatory ghost mantra were left behind by some mighty figure. At the very least, that mighty figure was at the level of the supreme saint realm or the imminent god realm. His knowledge, accumulation, and foundation were not something that Chinchio could compare now. Under different levels of foundation, the martial arts that were created naturally had differences in level. However, the divine fiend Azura battle technique was very profound. It was far superior to the purgatory ghost mantra. Even if it was only cultivated to the third level of the foundation, it was still very powerful. In this way, it would naturally make up for some of the shortcomings of the swordsmanship. Its power would increase almost to the level of the purgatory fist of ghosts and gods. Chinchio could also see that the divine fiend sword technique that he originated from was indeed somewhat inferior to his opponent's fist technique. But it was fine. He could use it to hone himself and absorb the profundity of his opponent's fist technique to further perfect his own swordsmanship. If the Rakshasa king knew what Chinchio was thinking, who knew how he would react? After consecutively performing 2 moves of the purgatory fist of ghosts and gods, it could not do anything to Chinchio. The brutality and murderous intent in the Rakshasa king's heart had already accumulated to the extreme. It was incomparably violent and needed to be vented. Roar! It did not sound like a human's voice. Suddenly, it exploded from the Rakshasa king's mouth. It rushed into the sky and shook all directions. Chinchio was shocked. He saw the Rakshasa king's eyes shoot out intense black ghost flames. The black flames on his body instantly became intense and burned fiercely, covering every inch of his body. At the same time, the void behind the Rakshasa king seemed to be torn apart by the invisible claws of the ghost god. A pitch-black opening directly tore open. It was pitch black inside, and countless chilly winds howled and howled. Aside from being cold and gloomy, There was also a trace of blazing and domineering aura, as if it was connected to the nine hells purgatory. This was the power of the ghost god. In an instant, waves of cold, gloomy, blazing, and domineering aura surged out from the purgatory ghost gate like a storm and a tidal wave. It directly entered the Rakshasa king's body. The Rakshasa king's body was like a huge sea, crazily absorbing the energy that surged out from the purgatory ghost gate like seawater. The pitch-black ghost flames became increasingly vigorous and domineering. They became increasingly solid, and the aura that they emitted also became increasingly terrifying. It suppressed the surroundings, making it difficult for Chun Xiu to breathe. He had a shocked expression on his face. Strong. It was still strengthening. It was constantly strengthening. He drew his sword. Heavenly Fiend Sword Art. Sword Massacre. Without hesitation, Chun Xiu drew his sword across the sky. This sword, which was activated with all his strength, was extremely powerful. It tore through space and shattered all the energy in the world. It directly slashed on the Rakshasa king's body. In the next moment, Chun Xiu's eyes widened in shock. Not only was his sword massacre unable to kill the Rakshasa king, but when the sword slashed on the Rakshasa king's body, it was instantly blocked by the blazing ghost flames. It could not completely break through the Rakshasa king's body and was burned to ashes. How terrifying! Suppressing the shock in his heart, Chun Xiu's heart became increasingly solemn. His eyes darkened slightly, but he had no intention of leaving. Putting aside whether the Rakshasa king would pursue him, if the Rakshasa king did not pursue him and attack the Shura sect instead, the Shura sect will be destroyed directly. Therefore, no matter what, he had to win this battle. Chapter 1791. The Purgatory's Ghost Gate opened wide. Ghostly shadows and chilly winds blew out from the depths of Purgatory. It was cold, sinister, and domineering. It was as if it could freeze and burn all life. It was extremely terrifying. The power kept pouring into Devil King's body and was absorbed by him. It turned into a torrential ghost flame that became even more vigorous and intense. It grew from 1 foot to 3 feet, as if it could burn the void into nothingness. Chun Xiu's powerful sword could not cut through the 1-foot ghost flame. Now, the ghost flame had grown to 3 feet and was even more terrifying. The pressure it emitted was even more shocking. Chun Xiu's expression became even more serious. The 3-foot ghost flame did not continue to expand. Instead, it began to shrink. Gradually, it became 1 foot of ghost flame. However, Chun Xiu could clearly feel that the ghost flame was not weakening. Instead, it was being compressed and strengthened. Then, the ghost flame became more and more condensed. Finally, it covered Devil King's body. The Rakshasa King's black robe disappeared and was replaced by a layer of pitch-black membrane-like substance that covered his strong body. Even his head was covered, revealing only a pair of deep, dark eyes and white fangs. He looked ferocious and terrifying, like a malicious spirit or an evil demon. Immediately after, a spiral horn drilled out of his forehead. The tip of the horn was like a blade, revealing a dazzling blood-red color. The red light spread out, as if it was incomparably hot, but also as if it was boundlessly bloody, containing an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation. His strong body seemed to have a strange, streamlined beauty, as if his body contained not only an extremely powerful and terrifying strength, but also extraordinary speed and agility. His shoulders were broad and thick, and his arms were long and slender. At the tip of his fingers, there were extremely sharp nails that protruded about 1 inch like a claw. They were like inverted blades that glowed with a glaring scarlet light. It was as if they could tear apart everything in the world. His thighs were very thick. His muscles were swollen, as if there were large veins coiling like dragons. His calves were also swollen. The muscles were knotted and looked as if they were cast from steel. The 5 fingers of his feet were slightly clasped. There were also hook-like claws that seemed to pierce through the void. In an instant, a scarlet light blossomed from the tip of the spiral horn on his forehead. It quickly slid down the edge of the horn and fell rhythmically on his forehead. It then split into two and slid down his cheeks. It slid down to his neck, then to his shoulders, and then separated again. His arms, chest, and back continued to descend. Finally, it stopped at the tip of his 5 fingers. This was the end. There was a beginning and there was an end. The lines were crimson red, like the color of fresh blood, but also like the color of flames. They contained blood and heat. On the pitch-black body of the Rakshasa king, complex and mysterious lines were outlined. Vaguely, it looked like a burning flame. Aura, an incomparably powerful and ferocious aura, continuously spread out from the other party's body. The purgatory ghost gate behind him continuously shrank. Finally, it turned into a black hole the size of a head. It floated behind his head, while a dark, cold, and overbearing aura continuously spread out. Chun Xiu felt as though there was an ancient volcano hidden within his opponent's body. It was terrifyingly tyrannical, so tyrannical that it shocked him. Compared to before, it was on a completely different level. An intoxicated expression appeared on the Rakshasa king's face. He was intoxicated by the great power contained in this body. Boom! The Rakshasa king casually waved his arm. In an instant, a gust of wind roared and rushed out. The gust of wind tore through the void like a blade and rushed toward Chun Xiu, causing his robes to flutter. When the astral wind rushed towards the broken mountain peak, it actually uprooted many of the trees on the peak. Large and small stones were also blown into the air. They were crazily minced by the astral wind like blades, completely shattering. Just a wave of his arm and a gust of wind was already so powerful. This made Chun Xiu's heart palpitate. Powerful. The Rakshasa king did not attack again. Instead, he was deeply intoxicated by the terrifying power contained in this body. This feeling was as though he could destroy heaven and earth. Everything would turn into powder and nothingness under his own power. You are very lucky to be able to witness my purgatory ghost divine body. The Rakshasa king's voice had also completely changed. It was accented. One was the Rakshasa king's voice, while the other was like the roar of an evil spirit from the depths of hell. It shocked heaven and earth. When the accented voice entered Chun Xiu's ears, there was an invisible force that directly attacked Chun Xiu's spiritual will and wanted to crush it. Fortunately, Chun Xiu's spiritual will was extremely strong and was not affected at all. However, if it were another elite 8-star powerhouse, it would definitely be difficult to resist the erosion of the accented voice. Their spiritual will would immediately be disturbed. If it was light, it would distract the mind. If it was heavy, it would even create the illusion of an evil spirit roaring, which would affect the control of one's own power and ability. When the Rakshasa king breathed, there was a blazing aura that rushed out of his nose like rolling white smoke. It directly sprayed out for dozens of meters before gradually dissipating. Chun Xiu could even feel the terrifying power contained in the white smoke. Even a 3-star half-step supreme saint could not withstand it. Terrifying. This was simply terrifying. Purgatory, ghost divine body. It definitely left a deep impression on Chun Xiu. This purgatory ghost divine body was also a terrifying secret technique that could only be grasped after cultivating the purgatory ghost divine sutra to the 6th level. Once used, it would activate the purgatory ghost gate, which would open and absorb the aura within into one's body to forge the purgatory ghost divine body. One's own combat power would also skyrocket. Of course, it was very difficult to use it at the 6th level, and there would be side effects. However, it was almost impossible to suppress the opponent in his original state. In order to win, this was the only way. He would suppress the opponent first. As for the side effects, he would endure them later. In order to cultivate the Purgatory Ghost Divine Sutra, the Rakshasa King had endured many hardships in the past few hundred years. So what if there were side effects? He was not afraid at all. Now, the feeling of controlling an extremely powerful power, as if he could destroy mountains with a raise of his hand, made him addicted to it. He was deeply intoxicated and could not extricate himself. "Now, I will show you how powerful I am." The Rakshasa King's voice sounded again. A flash of scarlet light suddenly shot out from the Rakshasa King's eerie eyes. The moment the Rakshasa King finished speaking, Chun Xiu's hair stood on end. His sense of danger rose to the extreme. Without hesitation, Chun Xiu's figure shook. Layers of phantoms appeared alternately in all directions. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. It was as if each of the phantoms was real. The Rakshasa King made his move. His 5 fingers clawed and released. Instantly, the sky was filled with pitch-black claw forces with a cold and domineering aura. They pierced through the air and directly covered thousands of meters of space. They were so densely packed that it was like a forbidden zone. Chun Xiu's countless phantoms could not dodge and were torn apart in an instant. They all shattered and dissipated. The Nirvana evil sword slashed out. The sword light splashed out like a storm, violent and dense. It immediately blocked the claw forces that attacked from all directions. Shock. Impact. Chun Xiu's expression was solemn. The moment the claw forces collided with the sword, Chun Xiu could clearly feel that the extremely powerful impact almost broke the sword. Fortunately, Chun Xiu's swordsmanship was superb and his attainments were astonishing. Even if the opponent's strength was stronger, he could still borrow strength to better resist and block the opponent's attack. The Rakshasa King was not surprised that his attack was blocked. In fact, this attack was just a casual move. It was just a test of his own strength. Next was the main course. Kill. The claw struck out and instantly pierced through the air. The shocking 3 claw forces tore the void apart with extremely terrifying killing intent. They were merciless. This attack really tore the void apart, leaving a faint pitch-black spatial crack that emitted an extremely terrifying aura. 9-star. This was definitely a super combat strength that had reached the 9-star level. It could really affect and even tear the void apart. Chun Xiu was shocked. He did not dare to take it head-on. However, the speed of the claw forces was too fast. Helpless, Chun Xiu directly entered the freedom state. In an instant, a few wisps of silvery white appeared in his eyes. They became cold and deep. All emotions seemed to be non-existent. Absolute calmness, absolute perception, and absolute control. Heart domain. At the same time, Chun Xiu also released his heart domain, covering a radius of 1,000 meters. The super perception brought about by the freedom state overlapped with the coverage of the heart domain, and its power multiplied. Control. A feeling of being in control of the surroundings spread out. The pitch-black claw forces that tore the void apart were extremely fast and shocking. Originally, it would not be so easy for Chun Xiu to dodge. However, at this moment, in his perception, the claw forces seemed to have slowed down after entering the range of the heart domain. In fact, it did not slow down. It was a wonderful state brought about by Chun Xiu's perception exceeding the limit. In this state, Chun Xiu's speed also increased. Dodge. Chun Xiu's body was extremely light, as if he had lost all his weight. He was also extremely agile, like a goshawk soaring in the sky or a fish swimming at the bottom of the water. He was relaxed and at ease. It was as if this space had lost its restraint on him. His speed was several times faster than before. He was even faster and more agile. In a flash, he directly approached the Rakshasa King and slashed out with his sword. Sword Slaughterer. This sword was extremely powerful. When the sword slashed down, layers of ripples spread out in the void. However, it still did not reach the point where it could really tear the void apart. This meant that the power of this sword had not reached the level of a 9-star. Facing this sword, the Rakshasa King had to use all his strength to deal with it. However, at this moment, he grinned, revealing his white fangs that radiated a cold light. With a flick of his finger, the blade-like hooked claws immediately hit the sword, shattering the power contained in it. It even wanted to bounce the sword up. The moment the sword bounced up, it was like a bamboo in the wind. It slashed down with an even more terrifying sharpness. Sword Slaughterer. The power of this sword had increased by 10%. The Rakshasa King could not help but feel pain. He felt as if his sharp claws had been slashed open. Although it healed immediately, the pain was real. Chapter 1792. The fourth chapter of the Lone God and Sword God on Earth has been updated. Please pay attention to the official account. 6 Paths of Oblivion. Roar. The terrifying roar, like that of a demon from hell, shook the void and roared. It turned into a terrifying dark storm that raged in all directions. In an instant, it raged indiscriminately in all directions like the impact of 10,000 tons of seawater, rushing directly toward Chunxiu. Chunxiu's expression did not change under the terrifying sound waves, but the silver threads in his eyes flickered even faster. This was not an ordinary roar, but a roar that contained the terrifying power of Rakshasa King's purgatory ghost divine body. It spread indiscriminately in all directions and contained a terrifying power that could shock one's divine soul. Under the ego freedom state, Chunxiu could feel the threat even more clearly. If he was too close, he might be affected. Slash! Chunxiu's body steadied. He raised his sword and slashed vertically, as if he was going to split everything in front of him. The tip of the sword reached its limit. The terrifying sound waves were torn apart in an instant, as if they were going against the current. The sword turned into a crescent moon that hung in the air. It carried an incomparable murderous intent as it slashed toward Rakshasa King's body again. However, the powerful force of the sword seemed to have lost its effect. It could not break Rakshasa King's body. That body was too strong. Through the contact of the sword, Chunxiu clearly understood how terrifying Rakshasa King's purgatory ghost divine body was at this moment. His sword could not damage Rakshasa King at all, and the sword massacre technique just now could only slightly break his opponent's skin. How could he fight if he could not hurt his opponent? Chunxiu's heart grew heavier. "Are you scratching my itch?" Rakshasa King laughed disdainfully. Ghost claws shot out in all directions and clawed at Chunxiu's body. The sharp aura was cold and domineering. It was extremely terrifying. If he was caught, he would definitely be torn apart. It was very terrifying. His sword could not break Rakshasa King's body to cause damage, but Rakshasa King's ghost claws could easily tear him apart. This was an unequal battle. However, Chunxiu would not back down because of this. Rakshasa King's purgatory ghost divine body was very strong. He believed that there must be a way, or rather, there must be a flaw. What he wanted to do was to find that flaw. Attack! Chop! In an instant, Chunxiu slashed out dozens of times with his sword. Each strike was extremely powerful and landed on Luosha King's body. Devil King seemed to be intoxicated by the feeling of this tyrannical body. He did not dodge and allowed Chunxiu's sword to strike. The sword that had cut through his skin was extremely powerful, but Chunxiu was unable to unleash it continuously. After all, its power was extremely shocking. But now, this kind of relatively ordinary sword move was simply unable to break through its defense. Weak, weak, weak. How can you be so weak? Rakshasa King opened his arms and allowed Chunxiu's sword to strike him. He was not injured at all. Even though his skin had been sliced open by the sword earlier, he was still able to recover in an instant. This was the power of the purgatory ghost divine body. It was truly mesmerizing. The power cultivated by the divine fiend Azura battle technique was extremely ferocious and overbearing, but it was unable to break through the defense of his opponent's ghostly divine body. Of course, this was also because his divine fiend Azura battle technique had only been cultivated to the 3rd level, and it had only just entered the 3rd level. If it was the 4th level, its power would increase exponentially. By then, he should be able to break through his opponent's defense. However, to cultivate to the 4th level, he still had to spend a lot of time and effort. Rakshasa King would not give him that time. Rakshasa King experienced the feeling of having a powerful defense, but he would not be so foolish as to allow Chunxiu to attack him. Counterattack. The ghost claw tore through the air with boundless power. The tyrannical body caused Rakshasa King to give up on dodging an attack with all his might. As a result, the pressure on Chun Xiu increased greatly. Even under the state of self-freedom, with the help of the heart domain, Chun Xiu could sense all the changes in the flow of the air in advance. He could sense all the attacks of Rakshasa King and dodge them. However, the consumption was even greater. The state of self-freedom would continuously consume one's essence, energy, and spirit. When the essence, energy, and spirit were exhausted, one would exit the state of self-freedom. At that time, one's strength would decrease greatly. Chun Xiu was already in a predicament. Maintaining the state of self-freedom in the heart domain, he could continuously avoid Rakshasa King's attacks and counterattack. However, this counterattack did not achieve much. Even if he injured Rakshasa King, it was only a small wound that healed in an instant. If he escaped, Rakshasa King would still pursue him. Of course, he could enter Bewildering Light Island, and Rakshasa King would not be able to catch up to him. The result would be a massacre of the Shura sect. If he did not escape, when his essence, energy, and strength were exhausted, he would be at the mercy of others. However, Chun Xiu was sure of one thing. Although Rakshasa King's purgatory ghost divine body was very powerful, it could not be maintained forever. There would be a limit. In that case, it was a battle of attrition, to see if his essence, energy, and spirit were exhausted first, and he would exit the state of self-freedom, or if Rakshasa King could not maintain the purgatory ghost divine body. Whoever was exhausted first would most likely lose. However, it seemed that things were not going well for him. At this moment, Rakshasa King's combat strength had soared to the level of an ordinary 9-star. Moreover, he was sure that other ordinary 9-star could not defeat him. With such a tyrannical body and terrifying recovery ability, even elite 9-star experts would not be able to kill him. The reason why he could contend with him now was because of the combination of the state of self-freedom and the realm of heart. Otherwise, he would be suppressed by Rakshasa King without either. In an instant, a stream of light flew over from afar. The stream of light was white and was extremely fast. It was Chun Zong's original body. Since they were both in the profound realm, Chun Zong and his clone could sense each other. Therefore, when Chun Zong's clone was fighting Rakshasa King, Chun Zong could also sense it. Originally, Chun Zong did not intend to come, but Rakshasa King's strength was too strong, so he had to come. State of self-freedom, realm of heart. Chun Zong approached and directly entered the state of self-freedom. He opened the realm of heart and enveloped Rakshasa King, controlling everything. The sunken knight's sword was unsheathed and turned into a pitch-black sword light, tearing through the sky. A sword to end the sky. Rakshasa King was shocked. Who is this? However, the next glance made Rakshasa King slightly stunned. Then his eyes became excited. These two people looked exactly the same. Twins? Perhaps if someone saw them, they might have such a guess. However, Rakshasa King's guess was different. Original body and clone. Ha ha ha. You really have the inheritance of the ancient Azura King. Rakshasa King became more and more excited. Before, he was just guessing. Now, he was sure that Chun Zong had mastered the secret technique of cloning. Then, as long as he captured Chun Zong's original body or clone, he could force out the secret technique of cloning. Of course, it would be best if he could enslave Chun Zong's original body and clone. Not only could he obtain the secret technique of cloning, but he could also have two powerful and loyal subordinates. It would be of great help to him in dominating the profound realm and even the entire Tianyuan sacred realm in the future. Rakshasa King was a very ambitious person. He had cultivated for hundreds of years, and his combat strength had soared. Of course, he would not hide his identity and keep a low profile. This time, after capturing Chun Zong, he would ask for the secret technique of cloning and then cultivate it successfully. Then, he planned to challenge and defeat the current strongest person in the profound realm, the Palace Master of Taishan Sacred Palace, and become famous. The pitch-black sword light pierced through the sky like a cold star. The main body and the clone cultivated different things, so their swordsmanship was different as well. At this moment, Chunzong's original body and clone joined forces to set up a profound god-killing formation, and their strength was increased. 2 against 1. Suddenly, the two of them joined forces and could fight Rakshasa King head-on. The Shura clone's combat strength had increased to the elite 8-star level because it had inherited the divine fiend Azura battle technique and cultivated it to the 3rd level. But Chunzong's original body's combat strength was a little weaker. It was only at the elite 7-star level, which was 1-star level lower than the clone. However, even if it was an ordinary 8-star expert, Chunzong could still fight. Moreover, with the power of Lingwu, Chunzong's combat strength was also increased and was close to the clone. The power of Lingwu was activated, and the Taichu Sword Yuan technique was pushed to the extreme. Behind him, a shadow of the Taichu sword formed, causing Chunzong's sword to be even sharper. The power cultivated by the divine fiend Azura battle technique was fierce and domineering, and it could destroy all life. But the power cultivated by the Taichu Sword Yuan technique was extremely sharp, and it could tear everything apart. The two were completely different. Of course, the Taichu Sword Yuan technique was created by Chunzong himself. Because of his experience, foundation, and other reasons, the Taichu Sword Yuan technique was far from being comparable to the divine fiend Azura battle technique, but it could be compared to worldly execution. It should be known that the Taichu Sword Yuan technique was far from being comparable to worldly execution. This was a kind of improvement, and it was the benefit that Chunzong gained after his consciousness entered the eternal battle fort. He gained a deeper understanding and mastery of the mysteries of heaven and earth. Even though Chunzong's combat strength was not as good as Qin Xiu's, and he was not as good as Rakshasa King's, the specialty of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique was that it could tear through all defenses. Therefore, with the shocking sharpness of the 5th level of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique, Chunzong's sword was extremely fast, and it directly pierced Rakshasa King's body. Rakshasa King felt an indescribable toughness resisting the tip of the sword, but under the power of the Taichu Sword Yuan technique, it was pierced and pierced into his skin. Rakshasa King was shocked. What kind of power was this to be able to break through his defenses? With his sharp senses, Rakshasa King could feel that the power of this person's sword technique was definitely not as strong as the other person, but it could break through his defenses. That was because the power that the other person had was more special. This kind of power was not enough. Otherwise, it would be enough to really hurt him and not just break through his defenses. In short, this person was more of a threat to him than the other person. Then, he would cripple this white-robed person first. Rakshasa King was not sure which of the two was the original body and which was the clone, but that was not important. He would cripple them first. Purgatory Fist of Ghosts and Gods. Patrol of Ghosts and Gods. He punched out, and in an instant, the door behind him that seemed to be connected to hell released an extremely terrifying power. It was as if a ghost rushed out and merged into the fist technique, and the punch broke through the air. The power of this punch was much stronger than before. Chunzong's original body, who was targeted by this punch, did not change his expression, but his eyes became more and more serious. Danger. Chapter 1793. Subscribe, subscribe, subscribe. Rakshasa King is crying and begging for subscriptions. Otherwise, I'll use my little fist to punch you in the chest. Also, the 4th chapter of the God of Swords on Earth is on the public account. Remember to follow the public account. 6 realms sink into oblivion. Thanks for reading. A punch blasted the sky. The phantom of the ghost god roared, dominating the world and destroying everything. Chunzong's heart was extremely heavy. The phantom of the ghost god roared and attacked. Its sharp claws swept across the sky. Its aura was cold and domineering, as if it was going to tear Chunzong apart. Everything around him was also sealed. Even with the combination of the self-freedom state and heart domain, he could sense its trajectory. However, due to the difference in strength, he couldn't avoid it. Boom! After Rakshasa King performed the Ghost God Patrol, another punch blasted out. Ghost God shocks the sky. The power of this punch was even more powerful. The phantom of the Ghost God became more and more solid. Its terrifying aura was earth-shattering. This punch blasted out toward Qinxiu. Qinxiu couldn't help Qinzong with his sword. Qinzong could only face Rakshasa King's punch alone. He couldn't dodge it. He could only take it head-on. Lingwu power. Blood Thunder Force. 3 Severing Sword. Mountain Crushing Sword. This sword was the one with the most destructive power. It instantly blasted out. The terrifying 3-colored sword light was like a torrent, destroying mountains and causing the world to rumble. In an instant, the mountain-crushing sword light was shattered by the phantom of the Ghost God. Yin-Yang Sword Wheel. The black and white sword light split and spun rapidly. The phantom of the Ghost God attacked. Creaking sounds were heard. The Yin-Yang Sword Wheel was overloaded, but couldn't completely block the phantom's attack. The Yin-Yang Sword Wheel's defensive power was indeed amazing. With Qinzong's combat power, it was enough to block the attack of an ordinary 8-star. However, Rakshasa King's current combat power was at the level of an ordinary 9-star. The power of this punch was even more terrifying. The mountain-crushing sword and the Yin-Yang Sword Wheel were both broken. The phantom of the Ghost God weakened a bit, but it was still terrifying. Qinzong blocked it with his sword. The extremely powerful force directly bombarded the sword, penetrated through the sword, and instantly rushed into Qinzong's body, sending Qinzong flying. On the other side, Qinxiu used all his strength to unleash the Sword Butcher. He barely managed to block the Ghost God's shocking attack, but he was also repelled. Qinzong spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back thousands of meters. The terrifying power of the Ghost God was wreaking havoc in his body. Waves of cold and scorching heat were crazily attacking his body, as if they were trying to tear his body apart from the inside and extinguish his vitality. To a certain extent, this power was similar to the power of the divine Fiend Azura battle technique. Of course, there were also major differences. Qinzong had refined his body, and his physique was extremely strong. That was why he was not killed by the punch. However, he was also seriously injured. Moreover, the power was constantly wreaking havoc in his body. It was as if he had fallen into hell and was in extreme pain. If he could not disperse and expel this power, his injuries would worsen and he might even die. He had no choice but to let Qinxiu stall Rakshasa King for the time being. Qinzong used all his strength to activate his cultivation technique and mobilize all his strength to continuously attack the Ghost God's power that was invading his body. He used the power of Lingwu to increase the power of the Taichu sword origin technique. The power of Lingwu allowed his combat strength to soar, and he could barely reach the level of an 8-star elite. The higher his combat strength, the harder it was to increase it. Even with the power of Lingwu, it was difficult to increase Qinzong's strength by 1 star. He could only barely increase it by 1 star. This was also because Qinzong's foundation was too strong. It was also because of the increase in the power of Lingwu that Qinzong could barely block the Ghost God's attack. The Ghost God's power wreaked havoc. Qinzong mobilized all his strength to resist. Qinxiu used all his strength to block Rakshasa King, making it difficult for Rakshasa King to attack Qinzong. However, this resistance was only temporary. He had to quickly get rid of the Ghost God's power that was wreaking havoc in his body. Under the pressure, the speed of the Taichu sword origin technique broke through the limit. In an instant, all the spiritual light surged. Before this, Qinzong had already comprehended the 6th level of the Taichu sword origin technique to the extreme. He only lacked the last bit to be able to perfect it. Now, under the pressure of a life-and-death crisis, that last bit was finally made up. Breakthrough. A powerful aura suddenly grew. The speed of the Taichu sword origin technique increased by 50% and became more complex. The Taichu sword origin technique was also continuously purified. The quantity increased, the quality increased, and the power increased. Multiplied. The power of the Taichu sword origin technique multiplied. With this, Chunzong's combat strength broke through the 7-star level and reached the 8-star level. Although he had not reached the 8-star elite level, he was very close. The Taichu sword origin technique could not be compared to a profound technique like the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique. It also could not be compared to the Purgatory Ghost God Sutra that Rakshasa King had obtained. However, this was a self-created technique. It had great potential. In the future, it could be improved continuously. With the support of the Lingwu power, Chunzong's power broke through again and became even more powerful. 9-star, ordinary 9-star, combat strength. In terms of combat strength, he was not inferior to Rakshasa King. Immediately, Chunzong shattered the ghost god power that was raging in his body and dispersed it. His injuries were also healed. Kill. After his injuries were healed, his combat strength under the Lingwu power also soared to the level of an ordinary 9-star. Chunzong's speed was much faster than before. Heart intense sword style. Heartbeat. The speed of this sword was also increased to the extreme. It surpassed the original limit and silently cut through the void. A fine, needle-like sword mark was left in the void. It was a crack in the void. 9-star combat strength could already tear the space of the Tianyuan sacred realm. Rakshasa King was fighting fiercely with Chun Xiao. The heartbeat sword was so fast that it was impossible for him to dodge. In an instant, Rakshasa King was hit. His strong defense seemed to have lost its effect. The sword pierced through the air and tore through Rakshasa King's protective power. It then pierced through his tough skin and pierced into his body. Sword chi rippled and raged in Rakshasa King's body. Rakshasa King was horrified. He had been injured, and it was not the kind of superficial injury that he had suffered before, but a real injury. His opponent's power could indeed break through his powerful purgatory ghost god body. This made Rakshasa King panic. His biggest reliance was the purgatory ghost god body. Especially after he used the purgatory ghost god body, it was extremely powerful and terrifying. It was because of this that he dared to challenge and defeat the master of the Taishan Sacred Palace. But now, such a powerful body was injured. The injury was not very serious, but it was not light either. This meant that his opponent had the ability to really hurt him. Chunzong would not stop because of this. It was expected that he could break through his opponent's defense and injure him. Sword light splashed out like a storm, covering every part of the Luo King's body. It immediately tore apart the Luo King's defenses and injured him. In an instant, Rakshasa King's body was covered with sword wounds. Immediately after, a cloud of black smoke gushed out from the black hole ghost gate behind Rakshasa King, merging into Rakshasa King's body. In the blink of an eye, one could see the sword wounds on Rakshasa King's body recovering at an astonishing speed. So what if you can injure me? Rakshasa King was relieved. As long as he maintained the purgatory ghost god body, even if he was injured, he would be replenished by the purgatory ghost gate and recover quickly. Therefore, he was not afraid of being injured. Chunzong's expression did not change, but his eyes became more serious. An enemy with powerful combat strength, terrifying defense, and shocking recovery ability was undoubtedly difficult to deal with. Then, the only way was to destroy and kill him directly with overwhelming strength. But his opponent was very strong, so this method would not work. So, the only other way was to destroy the black circular gate behind Rakshasa King and cut off his power supply. It should be possible if the original body and the doppelganger work together. Mysterious god, killing formation. With the original body's breakthrough, the power of the two together was even more shocking. Although Rakshasa King was very powerful, he was still suppressed. Wrath of ghosts and gods. In an instant, Rakshasa King performed the third move of the purgatory fist of ghosts and gods. The shadow of the ghost god flew out of the black hole, but it did not kill him. Instead, it merged into Rakshasa King's body and turned into a cloud of black flames. Roar. As if the ghost god was roaring, Rakshasa King's aura instantly increased by 30%. Punch. His fists turned into black shadows, and like countless black spears, he attacked wildly. The power of each attack was so strong that it seemed to be able to shatter mountains and shatter the void. Wrath of Ghosts and Gods was not a direct attack, but a move to increase one's combat strength. In an instant, countless punches drowned Chunzong and Chunxiao. The extremely strong power seemed to be able to completely shatter the two of them. However, Chunzong and Chunxiao were even stronger when they worked together. They completely blocked Rakshasa King's fists with their swords. Wrath of Ghosts and Gods could only last for 3 breaths, but 3 breaths was enough to launch thousands of powerful punches. It was terrifying, but it was completely blocked by Chunzong and Chunxiao. Just as the black flames disappeared from Rakshasa King's body, Chunxiao turned into a ray of gray lightning. He moved at an astonishing speed, bypassing Rakshasa King and appearing behind him. Sword Killer. This sword was extremely powerful. It directly slashed down and slashed at the Ghost Purgatory Gate. Rakshasa King was shocked. If the Ghost Purgatory Gate was broken, he would lose his power supply. The sword slashed down, annihilating everything. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sound rang out, reverberating in all directions. The sound waves rolled and directly pushed Chun Xiuchong back. Endless ripples continuously surged out from within the Purgatory Ghost Gate. It was not broken. Although it was shaking, the Ghost Purgatory Gate was not broken. This made Rakshasa King secretly relieved, and also made Chunzong and Chunxiao secretly shocked. The Ghost Purgatory Gate was actually so sturdy. With that kind of sturdiness, even the original body could not break it. Then what should they do? You can't do anything to me. Rakshasa King roared and attacked again. Wrath of Ghosts and Gods. He attacked again, and his punches were extremely violent. With the Ghost Purgatory Gate, he did not need to worry about being injured, because once he was injured, the Ghost Purgatory Gate's power would replenish him, and he would be able to recover in just 1 breath. Therefore, he did not need to dodge or defend. He only needed to use all his power to attack again and again. Chapter 1794. No subscription. Would you like a 3-meter-tall Rakshasa King next to you? Royal God, Chunzong shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, a dark light appeared between his eyebrows. A black light shot out from the dark light between his eyebrows. The second one, the third one, the fourth one. In an instant, 4 black lights surrounded Chunzong. They were 4 lesser royal god weapons. In the bewildering light sea, Chunzong met the Tiangong Elder and forged 2 lesser royal god weapons and 2 lesser royal god weapon embryos. Then, he was taught by the Tiangong Elder and mastered the forging method. The 2 lesser royal god weapon embryos only needed Chunzong to obtain the soul-dissolving stone to turn them into real lesser royal god weapons. In the past 6 months, other than looking for Rakshasa King and information about the Void Lightning, he had been looking for soul-dissolving stones. Finally, he found 2 of them. After successfully fusing them, he obtained 2 more complete lesser royal god weapons. 9 lesser royal god weapons could be fused into a real royal god weapon. However, only 4 lesser royal god weapons were not enough. However, the power of 4 lesser imperial divine weapons was greater than that of 2. In an instant, 4 streaks of black light pierced through the air like lightning, shooting towards the Purgatory Ghost Gate. Chunzong fought fiercely with Rakshasa King with his sword. Multitasking, Chunxiao and Chunzong attacked Rakshasa King together. Although the Purgatory Ghost Gate was tough, Chunzong believed that they would be able to break through it, even if it was like water dripping on a stone. The 4 streaks of black light carried a tyrannical power as they attacked the Ghost Purgatory Gate again and again, creating layers of ripples. Chunzong and his clones set up the mysterious god-killing formation to attack Rakshasa King and suppress him. However, Rakshasa King's Purgatory Ghost Divine body was very strong. They could only suppress him, but could not kill him. Chunzong attacked Rakshasa King with his 2 swords. injuring him again. However, Rakshasa King's expression did not change. Although it was a little painful, the pain made him excited. Injured? So what? He could rely on the power of the Purgatory Ghost Gate to heal himself in a short span of time. The moment Rakshasa King was injured, a ball of energy surged out of the Ghost Purgatory Gate and entered Rakshasa King's body, helping him rapidly recover. At the same time, Chun Xiu attacked. Gray light filled his eyes, turning into two wheels that spun continuously, releasing a terrifying aura that could destroy all life. Evil Eye of Obliteration. In a split second, the rotation speed of the wheel reached its peak, with one going forward and the other going backward. All the light seemed to converge at the center of his pupils, turning into two gray lights. Rapid fire. Two beams of grayish-white light that emitted a dense aura of nirvanic extermination pierced through the void and shot out. Silent Death Ray. This was an attack more powerful than the dark wheel of Nirvana. Two rays of Nirvana Death Ray pierced through the air and struck the Ghost Purgatory Gate. That tyrannical power was about to destroy the Purgatory Ghost Gate. The Purgatory Ghost Gate shook violently as layers of black light filled the air. It was cold and tyrannical, constantly resisting the silent death light. Heart Intense Sword. Heartbeat. This sword was extremely fast. Rakshasa King could not avoid it and was immediately hit. Since it was difficult to avoid, Rakshasa King did not bother to dodge it, but used his strength to attack. Even if he was injured, he was not afraid. However, the Ghost Purgatory Gate, which was resisting the silent death ray, did not release any energy to heal Rakshasa King's injuries. His conjecture had been confirmed. Then, it was time for Rakshasa King to die. Chun Xiu did not attack Rakshasa King, but maintained the power of the silent death ray. After switching to the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique and increasing his combat strength, the power of the Evil Eye of Obliteration was also greatly increased. Moreover, it was more sustainable. The Evil Eye of Obliteration was fighting against the Ghost Purgatory Gate. Although the Ghost Purgatory Gate was powerful, it could not ignore the power of the Evil Eye of Obliteration. It had to use all its strength to resist, so it could not provide any support to Rakshasa King. This was a good opportunity to kill Rakshasa King. Triple Pinnacle Sword. Mountain Destroyer. The sword with the most destructive power was directly slashed out. As the three-colored sword light spun, it was as if it could destroy mountains. It directly bombarded Rakshasa King's body. The terrifying power of the Taichu sword essence instantly broke through Rakshasa King's defensive power. The shocking power of the fused will also invaded Rakshasa King's body, destroying it wantonly. Immediately, it brought intense pain to Rakshasa King. Especially when the Ghost Purgatory Gate could not replenish itself, Rakshasa King felt waves of panic. His Purgatory Ghost Divine Body was indeed very powerful, but Shenzong's power could restrain it. In other words, it could tear it apart and injure him. With the Ghost Purgatory Gate, even if he was injured, he could quickly recover. There was no fear at all. But now, the Ghost Purgatory Gate seemed to have lost its effectiveness. Without the power of the Ghost Purgatory Gate, once he was injured, he could not heal in a short time, even with his own recovery ability. Injuries would affect one's body. After injuring Rakshasa King with a sword that could destroy mountains, the silver light in Chunzong's eyes suddenly bloomed with intense light. The four lesser imperial divine weapons were continuously infused with power, and they bloomed with intense light, shining in all directions. Spin. The four shining lesser imperial divine weapons suddenly spun at an astonishing speed, shooting into the sky and shooting toward Rakshasa King. Royal Spirit Break. This was the strongest attack Chunzong could make with the lesser imperial divine weapons. The power of this attack surpassed that of the sword that could destroy mountains. There was no way to dodge. The power of the Royal Spirit Break surpassed that of the sword that could destroy mountains. Its speed was also faster than that of the sword that could move hearts. It was Chunzong's fastest and most powerful ultimate move. There was no way to dodge. There was no way to defend against it. In just an instant, Rakshasa King's extremely powerful defense was directly torn apart. His shocking body was also penetrated, and a large hole the size of a human head was blasted out, going straight through his back. The four lesser imperial divine weapons were like fish that darted into Rakshasa King's body through the wound. They wantonly strangled and destroyed, causing Rakshasa King great pain. His body could not help but tremble. His powerful strength was also quickly draining away. The Ghost Purgatory Gate was also affected. With a crack, under the attack of the Silent Death Ray, cracks began to appear. The cracks quickly spread and covered the entire Ghost Purgatory Gate. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chun Zong attacked with his sword that could destroy mountains, directly slashing at the Ghost Purgatory Gate. Destroyed. The Ghost Purgatory Gate was instantly destroyed. The Ghost Purgatory Gate was closely related to the Purgatory Ghost Divine Body. If the Purgatory Ghost Divine Body was severely damaged, the Ghost Purgatory Gate would also be affected. And the destruction of the Ghost Purgatory Gate would also have an obvious impact on the Purgatory Ghost Divine Body. Shattered. The Ghost Purgatory Gate was shattered. Rakshasa King's body trembled violently. He could no longer maintain the Purgatory Ghost Divine Body. As if rapidly degenerating, he returned to his original body. As a result, Rakshasa King's combat strength was greatly reduced. This was the perfect opportunity to kill Rakshasa King. Kill. Move hard. As the sword rose, the greatly weakened Rakshasa King's heart trembled uncontrollably. For no reason, he felt a strong sense of palpitation invade him like a tide. He was unwilling. His heart was filled with unwillingness. He was Rakshasa King, who had obtained the inheritance of the Purgatory Ghost Divine Body. After cultivating in seclusion for hundreds of years, his combat strength had been raised to the peak of the 8-star level. He was extremely powerful, and ordinary 8-star elites were no match for him at all. He could even use a terrifying secret technique, like the Purgatory Ghost Divine Body, to increase his combat strength to the 9-star level. He was confident that he could even fight against elite 9-star elites. He wanted to dominate the mystery world and even the Tianyuan sacred realm and become the strongest person below the Supreme Saint level. In the future, he would reach the Supreme Saint level and realize his great ambition. How could he die here? How could he die here? He was unwilling. He was filled with unwillingness. He was extremely unwilling. However, no matter how unwilling he was, he could not stop his vitality from fading away. The sword slashed down, and in an instant, Rakshasa King's body was split in half from head to toe. Dead. Completely dead. Seeing that Rakshasa King was dead, Chun Zong and Chen Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Rakshasa King was undoubtedly a very powerful enemy. They needed to work together with their doppelganger and use all their strength to defeat and kill him. Moreover, they had found the right method. If they had used the wrong method, it was still unknown whether they could have killed him in the end. Regardless, Rakshasa King was finally dead. I have also completed the ancient Asura King's last wish, Chun Zong said to himself. The ancient Asura King's last wish was to revive the ancient Asura sect and kill Rakshasa King for revenge. Now that Rakshasa King was dead, there was still some time for the ancient Asura sect to rise again. However, they were already on the road to rise again. The only thing they lacked was the length of time. Next, Chun Zong would go to find the divine void lightning to hone his sword will and try to further strengthen it. As for his doppelganger, Chun Xiu would return to the ancient Asura sect to cultivate and try to absorb the power of the divine void origin pearl. He would also try his best to improve the divine void Asura battle technique. After the two of them recovered some of their strength, they quickly left with Rakshasa King's storage ring. Naturally, Chun Zong would not return to the ancient Asura sect. Instead, he left to search for traces of the divine void lightning. As for Chun Xiu, he returned to the ancient Asura sect and entered the Asura secret realm to cultivate. Just as Chun Zong and Chen Xiu left one after another. At the place where Rakshasa King died, Wisps of black smoke slowly appeared. Vaguely, they seemed to condense into an extremely illusory figure. It looked as if it would dissipate into nothingness when the wind blew. The face of the illusory figure looked very similar to Rakshasa King. The mouth of the illusory face moved as if it was saying something. Looking at its expression, it was extremely vicious, as if it was cursing. Suddenly, something strange happened. A black hole spread out, as if the Purgatory Ghost Gate had opened again. A jet-black sharp claw instantly reached out from the Purgatory Ghost Gate. It was like the arm of a ghost god. A ghostly claw exuded an extremely terrifying aura that shook the heavens and earth. The moment it reached out, it dyed the surroundings into a ghastly ghost town. In an instant, the illusory figure was caught by the ghostly claw. It was unable to resist and was directly dragged into the Purgatory Ghost Gate. In the next moment, the Purgatory Ghost Gate closed at an astonishing speed. It turned into a dot and disappeared. The ghastly ghost aura that filled the surroundings was also blown by the wind. It gradually dissipated and disappeared from the world. The battle here was extremely intense. However, it did not last long. In addition to the terrifying aura, even the elite 6-star experts of Tai Luo City did not dare to get close, let alone other people. Chapter 1795. In the Azura Secret Realm, Chun Xiu sat cross-legged in the center of the secret realm. In front of him was a pearl burning with grayish-white flames. Grayish-white aura was constantly emitted from the pearl and was absorbed by Chun Xiu. This was the Divine Fiend Origin Pearl. It was the origin pearl of the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique that the Azura Demon King had left behind. It did not look big, but it was the compression and materialization of power. It was very shocking. Now, Chun Xiu had only absorbed a small part of it. If he absorbed all of it, the Divine Fiend Azura battle technique could reach the 4th level or even the 5th level. His combat power would increase tremendously. His clone was cultivating in seclusion. The Azura sect's great formation was also being rebuilt under the efforts of the Tiangong Elder. This time, not only did he have to rebuild the sect's great formation, but he also had to further optimize it and upgrade it to the next level so that it could withstand the attack of a 7-star or even an elite 7-star. After all, the original Great Encirclement formation was still a little weak. It could only withstand the attack of an elite 6-star. However, it was not easy to upgrade the formation to the next level. It would take a lot of effort and time. However, during this period, with Chun Xiu around, the Azura sect would be safe. A ray of white light shot up into the sky like a shooting star. It was getting faster and faster. In an instant, it rushed into the clouds. It was like a hot knife through butter. It was Chunzong. After killing the Azura King, the ancient Azura King's dying wish was basically completed. Next, he had to complete his own task. He had to find the Void Divine Lightning. The Void Divine Lightning was located in the Void. Therefore, Chunzong had to go to the Void to find it. The Void was the universe's void. If one wanted to live in the universe's void, or even travel in the universe's void, one had to have the strength of a supreme saint, which was the imminent God realm. However, Chunzong's goal was not to enter the void, but to reach the border of the Tianyuan sacred realm. It was the border between the universe's void and the Tianyuan sacred realm. It would be safer there. Of course, if one did not have enough strength to enter, it would be very dangerous. After all, there were many dangers in the void of the universe. One could die if they were not careful. Of course, Zhang Xian's current fighting prowess was already at the level of an 8-star cultivator. If he were to go all out, he would be able to wield the fighting prowess of an ordinary 9-star cultivator. As long as he didn't seek his own death, he wouldn't die. They kept going up, passing through the thick clouds and entering the astral wind layer. The astral wind howled like a wild blade, madly twisting and slashing at Chunzong. However, it was blocked by Chunzong's protective vigor force, unable to break through. After piercing through the astral wind layer with irresistible force, the surroundings changed. Endless black flames burned wantonly, as if it was a sea of fire. This kind of flame contained an extremely terrifying power. It could burn everything and turn them into ashes. Chunzong, on the other hand, was not afraid at all. Although the flame was terrifying, it was nothing to Chunzong. It couldn't hurt Chunzong at all. Facing the endless black flames, Chunzong kept going up and entered the heavenly thunder layer. Rumble. The violent momentum shook the surroundings. Numerous extremely terrifying scarlet bolts of lightning were extremely violent. They were like a group of dancing snakes, and they erupted with an unparalleled and shocking might. This was the heavenly thunder layer, the last layer of the boundary between the Tianyuan sacred territory and the void of the universe. It was also the most powerful layer, extremely terrifying. The heavenly thunder was vast and boundless. Its power was much stronger than the astral wind and the heavenly fire, but still couldn't do anything to Chunzong. Chunzong had to continue going up because the heavenly thunder was not the void thunder. The void thunder only existed in the void. In an instant, Chunzong rushed out of the heavenly thunder layer. Behind him was the void of the universe. At first glance, it was endless, deep, and boundless. Countless stars twinkled endlessly, as if countless eyes were blinking. It was cold and mysterious. Chunzong couldn't hear anything here. It was as if he had entered a silent world. He felt that everything around him seemed to have slowed down. It was a very strange feeling, and he seemed to have lost all his weight. Even if he didn't use his power, he could still float. But if he didn't use his power, he would float, as if he didn't know where he went with the flow. Chunzong controlled his body and carefully looked around. He circled around and began to look for the void thunder. The void thunder did exist in the void, but it wasn't everywhere. He had to look for it. Chunzong was looking for the void thunder. Chunzong unfolded his body and began to wander around the edge of the Tianyuan sacred territory, which was the boundary between the Tianyuan sacred territory and the void of the universe. He kept searching. The power of his divine consciousness was released. The further it went, the more erratic it became. It was as if there was no power. It was not as effective as staring at it with his eyes. It was difficult to feel the passage of time here. Therefore, Chunzong didn't know how much time had passed. He searched, slowly searching. Once, Chunzong saw a giant black snake from afar. It was called a giant snake because it was tens of thousands of meters long. It was very shocking. It was as fast as lightning. In a flash, it disappeared under Chunzong's gaze. Chunzong was shocked. The giant snake was so fast that it was as fast as lightning. It was difficult for him to catch sight of it. If it attacked him, he would be in great danger. The void of the universe was indeed very dangerous. This was only the edge. As for why the giant snake didn't enter the Tianyuan sacred territory, Chunzong didn't know. Perhaps the void of the universe was more comfortable for it. Following this, Chunzong became even more cautious. That giant snake alone was enough to make him feel incomparably apprehensive. Fortunately, it didn't notice him. If he were to encounter another similarly powerful life form in the universe and it were to target him again, it would be extremely dangerous. However, Chunzong would not give up the search for the space-time thunder just because of unknown danger. After all, the space-time thunder could make his sword essence transform further, become more powerful, and achieve supreme. Even if it was just a guess or a theory, it was worth a try because the first two tribulations of the three tribulations sharpening secret technique had taken effect. Then, the third tribulation should be effective as well. Supreme. Above the top Tao there might be supreme. As long as there was a possibility, it was worth pursuing and achieving supreme. Search. Search continuously. Suddenly, Chunzong stopped. His pupils shrank to the size of needles as he stared in front of him. He saw black lightning arcs as thick as hair jumping in front of him. They emitted a terrifying aura as if they could destroy everything. Space-time thunder. Chunzong was secretly excited. Although it was difficult to feel the passage of time here, he could roughly estimate that he had been searching for at least a month. In the beginning, he felt that the universe was boundless and magnificent. However, as time passed, he would feel bored because the scenery was the same no matter how he looked at it. It was as if it would never change. As time went on, he would feel bored, especially in this place where he couldn't see anyone else. If a person's will was not strong enough, he would break down and go crazy after staying in this place for a long time. Of course, Chunzong wouldn't break down and go crazy, but he would feel bored. Now he finally found it. Close. Chunzong quickly approached the space-time thunder. The closer he got, the more he could feel the terrifying aura contained in the space-time thunder. Even though there did not appear to be a lot of void divine lightnings, and every single one of them was as fine as a strand of hair, the power they contained was extremely frightening and astonishing. Chunzong stared and immediately condensed his sword essence. Sword essence, second level of the ultimate realm. Tao essence materialization. The heart sword Tao essence of the second level of the ultimate realm directly condensed into an illusory sword shadow. It flew out from between Chunzong's eyebrows and rapidly approached the space-time thunder. In the blink of an eye, the illusory sword shadow rushed into the space-time thunder. In an instant, the space-time thunder quickly spread and surrounded the illusory sword shadow. Chunzong's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he immediately withdrew the illusory sword shadow. After withdrawing, there were still traces of space-time thunder attached to it, wreaking havoc. Drifting, the illusory sword shadow looked a little blurry, as if it was severely damaged. When the sword shadow entered between his eyebrows, Chunzong frowned and felt a little heartache. The heart sword Tao essence was damaged. The power of the space-time thunder was unexpectedly strong. If he hadn't withdrawn the heart sword Tao essence on the spot, the damage would have been even more severe. Under such circumstances, it was impossible to cultivate the space-time thunder calamity of the three calamities sharpening. The joy of finding the space-time thunder was gone. He found it, but because the heart sword Tao essence wasn't strong enough to withstand the power of the space-time thunder, he couldn't cultivate it. Chunzong felt helpless. It seems that only by cultivating the Tao essence to the third level of the supreme realm can I cultivate the space-time thunder calamity. Chunzong couldn't help but whisper. Now, of course, he had to leave and return to the Tianyuan sacred region. After all, the heart sword Tao essence was damaged and had to recover first. After recovering, his consciousness would descend into the eternal battle fort again and use the opportunities there to sharpen himself. The next time he returned to his body, he might be able to raise the heart sword Tao essence to the third level. At that time, not only would his battle strength be greatly enhanced, but he could also cultivate the last calamity of the three calamities sharpening. With the help of the space-time thunder, he could raise his Tao essence and transform it into a supreme realm. Supreme realm. Thinking of this, Chunzong's heart was burning with passion. Then, let's leave now. Without hesitation, Chunzong dove down at an extremely fast speed. He entered the heavenly thunder stratum and faced countless heavenly thunders as he continued to descend. Although the heart sword Tao essence was damaged, it didn't affect his battle strength much. After all, he didn't just master the heart sword Tao essence. He also had the yin-yang Tao essence and the hybrid Tao essence. In the blink of an eye, Chunzong passed through the heavenly thunder stratum, entered the heavenly fire stratum, and then entered the astral wind stratum. Layer after layer, he continued to descend. Chunzong could feel the existence of bewildering light island more clearly. His body was in mid-air, but in an instant, he disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1796. There was no one left on Bewildering Light Island, because Chunzong had sent them away. He was the only one left on the island. Rest. Repair the damage to the heart sword Tao intent. In the deity ocean, there were 3 streaks of black lightning flickering on the illusory sword shadow that represented the heart sword Tao intent, emitting a terrifying power. The 3 streaks of black lightning were the power of the void lightning. What Qinzong needed to do was to destroy these 3 strands of void divine lightning. Only then would he be able to repair the heart sword Dao intent. He mobilized his own power and began to attack the 3 streaks of void lightning in the deity ocean. The void lightning was truly terrifying. Qinzong mobilized the yin-yang Dao intent and the 3 Dao intents of wind, fire, and thunder to attack continuously, but he couldn't destroy it immediately. He could only wear it down bit by bit. After all, this was Qinzong's deity ocean, which was his home ground. The void lightning couldn't be replenished by external forces. Once it was used up, it couldn't be recovered and would become less and less. Therefore, under the attack of the yin-yang divine wheel and the 3 ultimate Dao intents, only 2 streaks of void lightning were left. It was only a matter of time before the 2 streaks were destroyed. 1 month. It took Qinzong a month to completely destroy the 3 streaks of void lightning. Then, it was time to repair the damaged heart sword Dao intent. After another month, the heart sword Dao intent was finally repaired. After the repair, the heart sword Dao intent seemed to be more condensed. Qinzong could clearly sense that although the divine void lightning had damaged his Dao intent of the heart sword, it had also tempered and improved it to a certain extent. It seems that the 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique is indeed feasible. Qinzong couldn't help but think to himself. His eyes shone brightly. The 3 tribulations sharpening secret technique was only a theory. Now it was proven again and again. Although he couldn't be 100% sure, Qinzong was more confident. Since he had recovered, he would enter the eternal battle fort with his consciousness again to improve himself. But before that, he had to see what happened to the 5 bewildering light saints. After checking, a smile appeared on Qinzong's face. Of the 5 bewildering light saints, only 3 were left. The other 2 were nowhere to be seen. They should be dead. Perhaps by the time he returned from the eternal battle fort, the remaining 3 would also die here. The 5 bewildering light saints were just small fries now. Existence is akin to ants. Qinzong didn't even want to kill them. He wanted to let them experience the dangers of the bewildering light ocean and perish on their own. In the depths of the bewildering light realm, the centermost area, this was a place that others were unable to reach. Qinzong sat cross-legged and took out the eternal heaven and earth medallion. His consciousness instantly left the divine sea and entered the eternal heaven and earth medallion. The void passage reappeared. Qinzong's consciousness immediately followed the void passage and rushed into the void of the universe at an astonishing speed. The comprehension of the mysteries of heaven and earth and the improvement of his combat strength had also strengthened Qinzong's consciousness. Not long after, Qinzong's consciousness saw a star rotating slowly. The star was like a huge fortress that traversed the void of the universe, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. The gap between their levels was too big. Qinzong could only vaguely see it before his consciousness entered it directly. Eternal Battle Fort, Heavenly Origin Residence, Heavenly Origin Mountain, Heavenly Origin Peak, Heavenly Origin Residence. Qinzong's spiritual body of heaven and earth was sitting there motionlessly like a statue. There was only a little bit of vitality that was not extinguished. Otherwise, people would really think that it was a wooden statue. In an instant, an illusory figure entered the spiritual body of heaven and earth from the top of his head. The little bit of vitality that was left seemed to be revived in an instant. It quickly became vigorous and vigorous, like a surging wave that swept through every part of his body. The vitality became more vigorous. The surrounding chi of heaven and earth also flowed into the spiritual body of heaven and earth, restoring his strength. He opened his eyes. The black and white were distinct, as if they contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. The 6th level of heaven and earth scripture was also activated. Cultivate. As soon as Qinzong's consciousness entered his spiritual body of heaven and earth in the eternal battle fort, he immediately began to cultivate. This was a spontaneous and natural cultivation. After Qinzong had returned to the Tianyuan sacred domain and comprehended the mysteries of heaven and earth, his accumulation had become even more solid and vigorous. When he entered the eternal battle fort again, it would still affect him. It was impossible to comprehend and cultivate Tao insights here, but the might of the Tao insights one had grasped was at the same level as the Tao insights one possessed. Of course, only the mysteries of heaven and earth that were closely related to the way of heaven and earth could be unleashed completely here, such as cultivation methods and martial arts. As a result, the way of heaven and earth would be affected to a certain extent and would need to be adjusted. Those powerful king-level martial artists had basically taken this step. They had even combined the martial arts mysteries of the heaven and earth bloodline with their own martial arts foundation and accumulation to create more suitable martial arts skills, which allowed them to unleash their own power to the extreme. True experts would never follow the footsteps of their predecessors step by step. Instead, they would gradually follow the footsteps of their predecessors, creating their own path and leaving behind their own footprints. There were not many people in any world who could do this. However, the Eternal Battle Fort was a gathering of geniuses from many worlds, so there were quite a few people who could do it here. Qinzong had not done it yet. After all, he had been in the Eternal Battle Fort for a long time, so there was still quite a gap between him and the powerful kings. However, this time, he might be able to make up for the gap. The way of heaven and earth scripture of the second level of the extremity realm was more than twice as powerful as the first level. This meant that the power of martial arts would be significantly increased when using it. The sixth level of heaven and earth scripture was constantly activated, gradually approaching greater mastery. Qinzong was multitasking. He controlled the sixth level of heaven and earth scripture while comprehending the mysteries of the way of heaven and earth. Heart sword way intent, yin yang way intent, wind fire, thunder way intent. In a spurt of energy, he used his consciousness to travel back and forth in his body to comprehend and create his own path. Endless chi of heaven and earth swept in from all directions, pouring into the heaven origin residence and being absorbed by Qinzong's body. Soon, the sixth level of heaven and earth scripture broke through again. Greater mastery. The sixth level of heaven and earth scripture had reached greater mastery. After reaching greater mastery, the amount of heaven and earth scripture had not only increased, but its power had also increased significantly. It had become even more powerful, which meant that Qinzong's strength had also increased. Heart sword way intent, yin yang way intent, wind fire thunder way intent. Qinzong was pondering and comprehending. Which of the three-way intents should he comprehend first, so that it would be the most compatible with the mysteries of the way of heaven and earth, and bring out his own potential and strength to the extreme? He had to choose one of the three. It was not that Qinzong planned to give up on the other two. He wanted to focus on one first, so that he could truly comprehend the mysteries of the way of heaven and earth. His thoughts were as fast as lightning, forming thousands of ways in an instant. Deduction, simulation, inspiration sputtered like sparks. Less than 10 breaths of time had passed in the outside world, but Qinzong's thoughts had burst forth with inspiration more than 100,000 times and carried out countless deductions. Deduction, overturning, and rededucing. His mind was consumed at an astonishing speed. When his mind was almost exhausted, Qinzong finally stopped and made up his mind. Yin-yang Wei intent. He would comprehend the Yin-yang Wei intent first and use it as an entry point to further grasp the mysteries of the way of heaven and earth and make himself stronger. Because among the countless deductions, the Yin-yang Wei intent was the best entry point. Yin-yang, heaven and earth. Heaven and earth. Heaven and earth were opposite. Yang and Yin were opposite. Heaven and earth were opposite. Heaven was heaven, and heaven belonged to Yang. Earth was earth, and earth belonged to Yin. With this analysis, the Yin and Yang of heaven and earth seemed to be of the same origin. Therefore, using the Yin-yang Wei intent as an entry point to comprehend the mysteries of the way of heaven and earth was the most suitable. Yang was heaven, and Yin was earth. Yin and Yang of heaven and earth merged. Then, comprehend it. Instantly, a black brilliance appeared in Chunzong's left eye, and it was suffused with a cold, heavy, and vigorous aura. A white brilliance appeared in his right eye, and it was suffused with a grand, majestic, and vast aura that was light and deep. Subsequently, a speck of white light appeared in his left eye, and it was like a seed that sprouted from the ground and grew vigorously. A speck of black light appeared in his right eye, and it grew vigorously. When there was the same amount of black and white in his left and right eyes, they each occupied half of the world, and it was like water and fire were clearly separated. White was above like heaven, black was below like earth. Heaven and earth were clearly separated, like the shadow of a world. After that, the white and black slowly rotated and gradually transformed into a yin-yang wheel that rotated in the depths of Chunzong's eyes, and it interpreted the indescribable mysteries. The mysteries of heaven and earth, the mysteries of yin and yang, and the mysteries of heaven and earth. Every kind of mystery existed, but among them, the mysteries of yin and yang were the most vigorous and powerful. The mysteries of heaven and earth were the most dense, and the mysteries of heaven and earth were the thinnest. The rotation of the sixth level of heaven and earth execution also became faster, and it seemed like it was about to break through the limits of the foundation of heaven and earth. Heaven and earth execution itself contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. Of course, it was not much, and it was only the tip of the iceberg. After all, this was only the basic cultivation method of heaven and earth. The black and white wheel in Chunzong's eyes rotated faster and faster, and the mysterious aura that it emitted became stronger and stronger. There seemed to be a soft sound coming from within his body, as if some kind of shackle had been broken. The sixth level of heaven and earth execution also broke through in an instant. Perfection. The sixth level of heaven and earth execution had directly reached perfection. Next was the seventh level. The seventh level would be more profound and powerful than the sixth level. However, Chunzong already knew one thing. In fact, there was no direct seventh, eighth, or ninth level of heaven and earth execution in the heaven and earth execution. There was only a little guidance. That guidance was to guide the geniuses of heaven and earth execution to create their own seventh, eighth, or even ninth level based on the original sixth level of heaven and earth execution. Most geniuses could only take that step with that guidance, but a few king-level geniuses did not need that guidance and took that step with their own strength. The value of that guidance was worth tens of millions of battle achievements, which was equivalent to the value of a superb weapon. Now, it seemed that Chunzong did not need to spend tens of millions of battle achievements. Comprehension, comprehension, comprehension. Chapter 1797. By the time Chunzong came out of seclusion, a month had already passed. A month in the Eternal Battle Fort was equivalent to a year in the Tianyuan Sacred Region. In this 1 month, Chunzong's improvement was huge. Mirage. Chunzong began to participate in battles. Last time, he stopped at 59 consecutive victories and was defeated by the Absolute Saber King on his 60th consecutive victory. This time, he was going to surpass 60 consecutive victories and even defeat the Absolute Saber King. Once Chunzong joined the battle, the number of spectators increased dramatically. This was because Chunzong was a king-ranked martial genius. The spectators in the Mirage were like this. The higher the rank of the participant, the more spectators there would be. Last time, he stopped at 59 consecutive victories. This time, he naturally started from the first battle. However, because Chunzong was a king-ranked martial genius, even if he only won the first battle, he would still be able to obtain 100 battle records. 1 consecutive victory, 2 consecutive victories, 3 consecutive victories. Chunzong did not even need to use much of his strength to defeat his opponents easily. His opponents at the beginning were not very strong. They were unlucky to meet Chunzong. Just like before, when Chunzong was still a Stage 1 martial artist, he accidentally met the Stage 6 Xiaozhang. What's more, Chunzong was now a king-ranked martial artist. He was no longer limited to the heaven and earth lineage battle fort. There were so many geniuses, there were bound to be unlucky ones. 10 consecutive victories, 20 consecutive victories, 30 consecutive victories. This streak of consecutive victories could not be stopped. Whether it was the Stage 8 or Stage 9 martial artists, none of them were Chunzong's match. Defeated, defeated, defeated. Chunzong did not even need to use much of his strength. 40 consecutive victories, 50 consecutive victories. After 50 consecutive victories, his opponents started to become stronger. Marquis rank. However, even Marquis rank opponents were no match for Chunzong. Before long, Chunzong achieved 59 consecutive victories. The next battle would be his 60th consecutive victory. Last time, he had stopped at 60 consecutive victories. What about this time? Chunzong was looking forward to seeing his opponent. The audience was also looking forward to seeing Chunzong's opponent. Would this be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger? Chunzong did not consume much energy in the first 59 battles. Instead, he recovered quickly. This time around, he had improved a lot. It could be said that it was a double improvement. The first level was the increase in strength after returning to the main body. Naturally, the increase in strength would follow the descent of the consciousness. The second level was the improvement after returning to the eternal battle fort. His combat strength had been further enhanced. Compared to his original body, he would definitely be much stronger. Therefore, even Chunzong himself did not know what level his combat strength had reached. It was estimated that he was at least equivalent to a 9-star warrior in the Tianyuan sacred region. Now, let's see who my 60th opponent will be. Was it possible for him to give it his all? Chunzong really hoped that it would be the invincible Blade King. He wanted to fight again and defeat him. The arena changed and turned into a void. His opponent appeared. Unfortunately, it was not the invincible Blade King. However, he was still a king-ranked genius. Void lineage king-ranked genius. Wind and Cloud Sword King. They were both sword cultivators. Sword Dao was still very popular in the void of the universe. Sabers and swords could be considered the mainstream weapons in the void of the universe. The Wind and Cloud Sword King's highest winning streak was 73 consecutive victories. It looked like it was even more than Chunzong's. Of course, this did not mean that his combat strength was stronger than Chunzong's. The Wind and Cloud Sword King was wearing a white sword robe. His eyes were faint, as if they contained a void. The aura around him also gave people a feeling of the void. The void lineage's basic cultivation technique was called the void transformation. Its strength was different from heaven and earth art. Similarly, the eternal lineage's eternal law's strength was also different from heaven and earth art and void transformation. Each had its own unique characteristics. The Wind and Cloud Sword King had cultivated to the 6th stage of the void transformation. He was very strong. He drew his sword. A sword pierced through the void. That sword light was almost transparent and gave off a sense of emptiness. It was as if it had merged with the surroundings, making it hard to grasp. This sword, coupled with the void environment, seemed to have completely merged with it. It wanted to blur Chunzong's vision and senses. However, it could not be truly blinded. Under the heart domain, a transparent sword light followed the meridians of the void and instantly pierced towards the Wind and Cloud Sword King. Its speed was extremely fast. He drew his sword. The supreme-grade martial artifact, Tianyuan Sword, blocked this sword accurately and instantly counterattacked. 9 heavenly spirit strikes. In an instant, 9 sword lights tore through the void and attacked the Wind and Cloud Sword King from 9 different directions. This time, his consciousness descended again. Chunzong's understanding of the heaven and earth lineage's martial arts had deepened. His mastery of them was even more profound. He could easily interpret the profound mysteries of the heaven and earth lineage's martial arts. The power of each sword also increased accordingly. The 9 sword lights of the 9 heavenly spirit strikes split apart and instantly enveloped the wind and cloud sword king. It was as if the void was sealed, making it hard for him to dodge. Especially when paired with the heart domain, the effect was even more shocking. The wind and cloud sword king's expression turned grave. In the next breath, his figure seemed to have been blown by the wind. Like a wisp of smoke, he merged into the void and escaped from Chun Zong's sword light. Chun Zong's eyes flashed. Under the heart domain, Chun Zong could clearly sense his opponent's movement technique. That's right, it was a movement technique that seemed to be able to merge into the void. The heaven and earth lineage's basic movement technique was the heavenly spirit illusion. It was unpredictable and hard to grasp. As for the void lineage's basic movement technique, it was the extreme void transformation. It was as if one could merge into the void and merge into it. Of course, it wasn't truly the extreme void transformation. It was just a superb and exquisite usage. With this, one could escape from the seal, avoid the attack, and even launch an unexpected counterattack. In short, the extreme void transformation was a pretty good assassination movement technique. After the wind and cloud sword king escaped from the 9 heavenly spirit strikes, his figure became extremely illusory. It was impossible to capture his figure with one's eyes. Vaguely, one could only see a faint afterimage that seemed to slide through the void. A sword pierced through the void. Body and sword as one, merging into the void. In a split second, the wind and cloud sword king attacked from the side. A sword to kill. The Void Master's lineage was like an assassin. They were best at killing with a single strike. Furthermore, if the strike didn't hit, they would immediately escape and look for another opportunity. Their movement techniques were very advanced. Their martial arts focused on killing with a single strike. All their strength was within a single strike. There were no changes. There weren't any complicated techniques either. Nevertheless, it was very scary. Among the 3 lineages in the Eternal Battle Fort, the Void lineage was the most outstanding when it came to killing people. Chun Zong was very cautious. This was his first time fighting with a Void lineage king-ranked martial artist. Although he had fought before, they weren't strong enough and couldn't display the intricacies of the Void lineage's martial arts. Under the heart domain, the opponent's trajectory was instantly captured. However, it was a pity that the Wind and Cloud Sword King didn't know this. He didn't know that he had been exposed and was completely exposed to Chun Zong's senses. Chun Zong pretended not to know. When the Wind and Cloud Sword King's sword pierced through the void and was about to pierce his heart, Chun Zong's body flashed. Heavenly Spirit illusory body slash. That sword pierced through Chun Zong's illusory body. The moment the sword light entered his body, the Wind and Cloud Sword King realized that something was wrong. His expression changed as he immediately retreated. At the same time, the Wind and Cloud Sword King entered his freedom realm and controlled his body. His expression turned cold and serious. However, all of this was within Chun Zong's control. Sword light pierced through the void. Kill. The first sword light shot out. It was the first strike of the Heavenly Spirit 9 strikes. However, this strike didn't hit the Wind and Cloud Sword King. Instead, he dodged it. However, the second strike seemed to have predicted the Wind and Cloud Sword King's dodging trajectory and instantly pierced out. The Wind and Cloud Sword King was slightly surprised as he immediately adjusted his direction and dodged. Third strike, fourth strike, fifth strike. The Wind and Cloud Sword King was indeed outstanding. He dodged Chun Zong's attacks time and time again, but at the same time, Chun Zong had also grasped the Wind and Cloud Sword King's dodging trajectory. The seventh strike. This time, the Wind and Cloud Sword King was slightly slower and was immediately hit. Eighth strike. Hit again. Ninth strike. Hit again. 3 consecutive strikes struck 3 different parts of the Wind and Cloud Sword King's body. Every time he was hit, the Wind and Cloud Sword King would be momentarily stunned. Even if the Wind and Cloud Sword King were in the Freedom Realm, he wouldn't be able to block the power contained in these 3 strikes. This was because the level of power had already surpassed the 6th level of heaven and earth execution. In other words, the Freedom Realm wasn't omnipotent. It was just that it couldn't be dealt with in a place like the Tianyuan Sacred Region. 3 strikes. The Wind and Cloud Sword King was dead. The power that invaded his body was extremely terrifying. He couldn't resist it at all and directly wiped out his vitality. Tianyuan Sword King Chunzong has obtained 60 consecutive victories. A deep and vigorous voice rang out once again. Everyone in the ethereal plane could hear it. Chunzong, Tianyuan Sword King. He's appeared again. At that moment, many people were stunned and then came to a realization. The battles in the ethereal plane were going on every minute and every second. In a day, countless battles would take place. There would always be someone who would obtain consecutive victories. Chunzong hadn't appeared for quite some time. Although he wasn't forgotten because he was a king-ranked martial artist, his name would gradually fade away. Hence, when they heard that Chunzong had obtained 60 consecutive victories, they were more or less shocked. 60 consecutive victories. Chunzong also heaved a sigh of relief. Last time, he had stopped at this battle. Now, he finally got it. It was a pity that his opponent wasn't the Extinction Saber King. However, there would still be a chance. Even if he didn't meet the Extinction Saber King in the battles, he could still challenge the Extinction Saber King as long as he paid a portion of the battle results. In defeating the Wind and Cloud Sword King, Chunzong actually didn't use his full strength. The Wind and Cloud Sword King was indeed very strong. If it had been Chunzong before, he probably wouldn't have been able to defeat him. However, his strength had increased tremendously now. 61st battle. This time, his opponent was a marquee martial artist. Marquee martial artists weren't weak. Some of the stronger ones were even comparable to king-ranked martial artists. However, given Chunzong's current strength, even among king-ranked martial artists, he could be considered one of the stronger ones. Defeated. 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 Continuous defeats, continuous winning streaks. 68 consecutive victories. 69 consecutive victories. Next, it was the 70th battle. If he won this battle, he would obtain 70 consecutive victories. This level of consecutive victories was the standard that king-ranked martial artists could achieve. Chapter 1798. Light, light, bright light. The blazing white light shone in all directions. No one knew where it came from, but it seemed to have directly penetrated the void and shone in all directions. Every inch of the void was completely covered and shrouded. Chunzong's opponent for the 70th round had appeared. Before fighting with opponents from the heaven and earth lineage, they would appear through the heaven and earth door. If they were from the void lineage, they would appear through the void door. Those from the eternal lineage would appear through the door of eternity. Chunzong's opponent stepped out from the door of eternity. Once he appeared, Chunzong could only see a shadow. It seemed to have merged with the surrounding light, making it even harder to distinguish. However, Chunzong could see his information. Hung Guang King, a king-ranked martial artist's highest winning streak was 81 rounds. This person's battle strength might not be as good as the Extinction Saber King's, but he was definitely not weak. Chunzong wondered if he could force Chunzong to use his full strength. Fight! Chunzong unsheathed his supreme-grade combat weapon, the Tianyuan sword, and instantly slashed across the sky. It seemed to tear apart the light that was everywhere. The sword light was extremely fast and light, and it carried an indescribable sharpness as it charged towards Hung Guang King. The sword pierced through the endless light and pierced Hung Guang King's body. However, Hung Guang King's body instantly exploded, turning into countless rays of light that shot out in all directions. Chunzong's expression turned serious. Hung Guang King turned into countless rays of light that shot out from all directions. They were extremely sharp, and that power was filled with an eternal charm. The power, cultivated by the heaven and earth divine art, was a combination of lightness and vigor. It was a combination of speed and strength, and its direct destructive power was the strongest. The power cultivated by the void transformation was silent, formless, colorless, and traceless. It could also explode with shocking power in an instant. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it was most suitable for assassination. The power cultivated by the eternal technique was firm and indestructible, as if it was eternal. The power of the eternal technique not only had shocking defensive power, but it also had shocking power. Although the eternal law was inferior to the execution of heaven and earth in terms of direct destructive power, it was superior in terms of durability. The Tianyuan sword was waved, blocking the attacks that came from all directions. Chen Zongning could clearly feel the astonishing power contained in the attacks. Moreover, they seemed to be indestructible. Furthermore, the strength of this power was extremely astonishing. The seventh stage. Hung Guang King's eternal law had already broken through the 6th level and reached the 7th level. However, it was unclear if he had broken through on his own or if he had used his battle achievements as a guide to break through. Hung Guang King practiced saber techniques. His long saber carried the power of the 7th level of the eternal law. The saber light was endless and powerful. Every time the saber slashed out, the saber light would remain in the endless light, as if it had merged with the light. The existence of the saber light was not nothingness. It also possessed power. If one were to carelessly come into contact with it, one would also be attacked. Unless, of course, they were able to defeat it. This was the profundity of the eternal laws. The Tao intent that King Hungguang had comprehended was a light Tao intent. It was filled with endless light and was closely related to the surrounding light environment. In such an environment, King Hungguang's advantage would be fully unleashed, and he would be even more difficult to deal with. Heart Domain. Shenzong released his heart domain. Otherwise, it would be difficult for his eyes to capture his opponent's figure clearly. He would only be able to see a blur. However, under the heart domain, King Hungguang's figure became clear, and he was completely perceived by Chenzong. All of his attacks were also perceived by Chenzong. The 7th level of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art. This time, Chenzong had used the Yin-Yang Tao intent as a starting point to comprehend the deeper mysteries of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art. Not only had he raised the 6th level of the Heaven and Earth Divine Art from the initial realm to the complete realm, he had also comprehended a trace of the mysteries of the Heaven and Earth, Yin and Yang, which allowed him to break through to the 7th level on his own. He had mastered an even more powerful and mysterious power. The great yin-yang true force of heaven and earth. This power had surpassed the level of the heaven and earth divine art. Not only was it more powerful than the heaven and earth divine art, but it also contained mysteries that the heaven and earth divine art did not possess. This was a new power that Chun Zong had comprehended and cultivated on his own. This power contained the mysteries of the heaven and earth and yin and yang. The two came from the same source, but they were different in some ways. Yin-Yang Sword Wheel. Chun-Zong could already perform the Yin-Yang sword technique here. This was Chun-Zong's unique skill. It was different from a 9 heavenly spiritual strikes and other martial techniques. The black and white sword wheel swept out. Under the coordination of the Yin-Yang great true force of heaven and earth and the Yin-Yang Tao intent, it suddenly burst forth with the most powerful power. As the sword wheel rotated, it seemed to contain a part of the heaven and earth. It also contained the mysteries of the reversal of yin and yang. King Hung Guang's long saber turned into countless flowing lights and burst forth with an extremely terrifying power. The terrifying power was vast and mighty, crushing everything in its path. However, this extremely powerful attack was completely blocked by Chun Zong's Yin-Yang sword wheel. No matter how tyrannical the saber radiance was, no matter how oppressive the power was, it could not break through the Yin-Yang sword wheel. Moreover, a part of the saber radiance was activated by the Yin-Yang sword wheel and counterattacked. What kind of sword move is this? King Hengguang was secretly shocked. The saber trembled slightly from the counterattack. He could clearly feel that the power was his own. Eternal light saber. Endless light explosion. In an instant, King Hengguang released his most powerful move. He chose such a battle environment that was full of light, not only because it was beneficial to his battle, but also because it was used to complement the last move of his eternal lightsaber technique. Endless light explosion. Boom, boom. Extremely terrifying rumbling sounds resounded one after another, each louder than the previous one. The boundless radiance in all directions was like boiling water, fiercely boiling, and also like the sea being swept up by a hurricane, rolling up huge waves that rushed to the horizon. Boiling. Turbulent. Like the eruption of a 1,000-year-old volcano, the power was tyrannical, violent, and endless. Slash. As the endless light surged and boiled, King Hengguang raised his saber high and slashed out instantly. Boom. Everything, all the light, all the power, all bombarded Chunzong. Impact. Crush. At this moment, Chunzong seemed to be repelled by this world of light and was about to be completely destroyed. Under such circumstances, the power of King Hengguang's saber was increased by at least 50%. The yin-yang sword wheel spun violently, but it trembled slightly. It seemed to be unable to withstand the attack and was about to be broken. However, the yin-yang sword wheel was a defensive move. It was originally created to defend against powerful attacks. Under the endless light explosion, it held on like a candle in the wind. Inside the yin-yang sword wheel, Chunzong's expression did not change. In his eyes, the yin-yang divine wheel was condensing and spinning continuously. Suddenly, the yin-yang sword wheel paused, as if it was about to be destroyed. Chunzong held his sword with both hands and drew a circle in front of him. The sword radiance was black and white, filled with endless mysteries. It was as if a part of the world was contained in the radiance, and it was being turned upside down. The second move of the yin-yang sword technique, reversal of heaven and earth. This was the move that Chunzong had created not long ago. Its mysteries were even more profound than the yin-yang sword wheel. The yin-yang sword wheel was a defensive move, but also had the power to counterattack. In that case, reversal of heaven and earth gave up all defense and was purely a counterattack. That's right. Reversal of heaven and earth was to absorb all of the opponent's attacks and then counterattack. This move was the most suitable for the current situation. Reversal of heaven and earth. In an instant, the sword radiance spread out in a circle, enveloping all directions. Endless light mixed with the terrifying saber radiance poured into the circle. It was like a bottomless pit, swallowing and absorbing everything. Absorption of heaven and earth. Reversal of power. Boom. In an instant, all of the power condensed into a huge ball of endless light. It carried the power to destroy everything and blasted towards King Hengguang. King Hengguang was instantly shocked by this attack. That was his power. There was no doubt about that. Now, not only was his power unable to hurt his opponent, but it was being absorbed by his opponent and used to attack him. The power of this attack was extremely strong. King Hengguang also knew the power of his ultimate move, endless light explosion. At that moment, he felt as though he was being destroyed. Powerful, extremely powerful. Especially under the amplification of the endless light, the power was even more terrifying. Using all of his strength, King Hengguang had to use all of his strength to resist the counterattack of reversal of heaven and earth. Just as he was about to heave a sigh of relief, a sword radiance swept across the sky and attacked him. The sword radiance was extremely light, agile, and sharp. At this moment, King Hengguang had to use all of his strength to resist the terrifying power of endless light explosion. For a moment, he was unable to block Chunzong's attack. It went straight between his eyebrows and pierced through. King Hengguang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never expected that he would be defeated in such a way. After killing his opponent with a single strike, Chunzong revealed a smile. King Hengguang's strength was not weak at all. Especially under such circumstances, he had an advantage. The new ultimate move that he had created, reversal of heaven and earth, was indeed extraordinary. The yin-yang sword wheel focused on defense, while reversal of heaven and earth was neither defensive nor offensive. Instead, it absorbed the opponent's attack and then counterattacked. Tian Yuan's sword, King Chunzong, has achieved 70 consecutive victories. The low and vigorous voice once again reverberated in the mirage, letting everyone know. 50 consecutive victories. This was a watershed in terms of whether one could obtain a title. 70 consecutive victories. This was an even bigger watershed, a watershed between marquis and king-ranked martial artists. The 80 consecutive victories were also a watershed. The 90 consecutive victories were also a watershed. As for a 100-win streak, it seemed that no one had ever achieved such a feat. It could be said that a king-ranked martial artist who could achieve 70 consecutive victories was considered a low-grade king-ranked martial artist. A king-ranked martial artist who could achieve 80 consecutive victories was considered a middle-grade king-ranked martial artist. A king-ranked martial artist who could achieve 90 consecutive victories was considered a high-grade, or even a top-grade king-ranked martial artist. Of course, this was not innate. It could be improved through hard work and cultivation. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.